Welcome to the Seahawks Forever podcast. In-depth analysis on everything Seahawks. And now, here's your host, Dan Viens.
Hey, Dan, I think you're muted.
All of that, and I was muted. You'd think I'd never done this before, right?
Well, I wanted to send you a message off the thing. I sent it in our private chat. I was like, Dan, you're muted.
Cool. So we get this thing. Let's hope the draft goes better for the Seahawks than the way we just started this live stream. I'm not going to repeat what I just said, but it was good.
I imagine it was.
It was really impactful. I mostly just talking about how here we sit. We're 15 minutes away from the first, or 10 minutes away from the Tennessee Titans being on the clock, and all 32 teams still hold on to their original native pick in the first round. That has never happened before in the history of the draft, but there are some indications that there will be a lot of trades happening, in particular at the top of this draft. Adam Schefter just reported about a half an hour ago that he asked one league source what he expects at the top of the draft, and his answer was he expects it to be explosive. So after kind of a boring lead up to the draft when it comes to trades and moves and things like that, sounds like things might be about to get wild.
Yeah, no, it should be really interesting to see what kind of happens. You know, I've been following along with Daniel Jeremiah and all these guys and what they're hearing and what they're saying. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. I think there's going to be a lot of movement. It sounds even like the Bears have a trade in place that they're just waiting to pull the trigger on. So we'll see what happens here. I'm kind of excited to see how this all shapes up.
Ryan, good to see you, man. How you doing?
Hey, Dan, good to see you, man. Hey, it's here. It's finally here. Fired up. You know, all the mock drafts. You know, we, Bryce and I over at HawkZone, we're giving our top fits for each position for the Seahawks. And yeah, like you guys were just mentioned, I heard you before I got on here. It's exciting, man, even not just for the Seahawks, but the draft, how it's going to fall. And yeah, as far as 18 is concerned, man, like, man, it's just going to be exciting to see which way the Hawks go here.
Yeah, we'll get into that as we get closer to the pick. I've got your stick and pick and your trade back preferences. I've got some rankings and stuff, that things that we've kind of done over the last few weeks leading up to this that we can go back over. Let's do this, though, as far as it relates to the rest of the draft. The big news to me at the moment is it sounds like the Cleveland Browns are open for business at number 2 and that they might be looking to move back. With everything that organization has gone through, and you know, even forget about the Deshaun Watson situation. Like, this is just an organization that's been bad for a very, very long time. They've got some good draft capital this year. They have a couple extra picks. I think they have 10 in total. Of course, they're drafting at the top of each round, but you're sitting there with a chance to draft a guy like Travis Hunter, who could be a generational talent. What are the Browns thinking?
Ryan, do you want to go first?
What are the Browns thinking, man? Well, you guys know me. I'm a big Baker guy, and I just think that, you know, when they have something that's, you know, pretty good and things are turning around as a franchise, they just manage to screw it up. And then, Dan, you mentioned the Deshaun Watson thing. I mean, talk about screwing it up. So I don't have a lot of faith there. I mean, I agree. You got a chance to get a guy like Travis Hunter. And I mean, if I'm Cleveland, I just stick there and do it. I just don't have faith in them trading back and accumulating picks and then doing something right. So, you know, it comes down to organization for me. So, yeah, if you're Cleveland, but, you know, if you're Travis Hunter, I don't know, man. You might be happy if they
yeah, right.
Straight back there.
And it kind of sounds like maybe the team that's really looking to make the biggest splash is the Jacksonville Jaguars. We started hearing after the chalk, the entire offseason was Mason Graham penciled in or maybe even written in ink to the Jaguars. That's shifted in the last couple of days. And then the prevailing thought is that if they stay at 5, they're taking Ashton Genty and they're going to snipe the Las Vegas Raiders and Pete Carroll and take the best running back of the draft, one of the best running back prospects we've seen in quite some time. That they might want to move up to number 2 and be the team to do that because they're enamored with Travis Hunter. So yeah, we might just be getting started here. And then there's questions about the top of the draft as far as quarterbacks go and when they'll come off the board. I've got a couple of things queued up here as we go along, as picks are taken. I've got Dane Brugler's Beast at the ready, so we can look at scouting reports there. Of course, we're monitoring NFL Network offline. I will say this to anyone watching. I do not want to tip picks. And so I'm not going to be monitoring. Well, I'm going to be checking in on Twitter more so to see reaction to things that have happened or to get trade information. But if I see something, if I see a pick given away early, I will not communicate it. So I would appreciate if everyone in the comments tonight would also refrain from doing that. Let's just let the pick come out. I'm following NFL Network. If y'all prefer ESPN, that's cool. Maybe one is slightly ahead of the other one. If the NFL Network is slightly ahead of ESPN, then I apologize for that. But we're going to go based on NFL Network and announcing the picks.
It's kind of interesting just to see how this is all going to break down, because it sounds like, just Jay Glazer even about 10 minutes ago said Jaguars and Browns trade looks like it's going to go down. Talks are happening, but nothing done till done, obviously. So, like, if the Jaguars are making that move and they're coming up, are they coming up for potentially Travis Hunter? Is that who they're looking at as their, guy to add to help Trevor Lawrence finally reach his potential as a quarterback? Because he's had this, like, you've invested so much in him being the number 1 pick. He's never really lived up to it.
Yeah.
And do you now go out and give him a bona fide weapon in that regard? Is that what the Jags are? They going up for Genty? It'll be really interesting to see what they do. It would seem odd to move up for Genty. I don't think they have to. I agree.
But it does sound like most of the reporting done around the Jags situation is they do want to support Trevor Lawrence and they do want to get him some weapons. And I would think, that being said, that if Hunter is the target, obviously the question with him is how are you going to use him? And one thing that does seem to be generally agreed upon is you can't play him full-time at both positions. So is he a full-time wide receiver who plays a little bit in certain situations as a corner or vice versa? I would think if this is what the Jags are doing based on all the reporting and how they're looking for an offensive weapon, that they might see him as a wide receiver first. What do you think?
Yeah, potentially. Like, that's where it's just going to be really interesting to see how this draft, shapes up. And the thing I'm going to be interested about is, where does Mike Green fall? Where does James Pierce fall? Guys that have character issues, who's going to take those risks? And then, at the same token is, do we see some of these quarterbacks come off the board? Like, we know Cam Ward's basically almost a guarantee at number 1, but does Dart become the number 2? Does he come off the board before Shedeur Sanders? Like, how far does Shedeur fall down the board? Does he get taken at 3 by the Giants, or do they pivot and go somewhere? Like, this is the first draft I think I can say in at least the last 5 years where it's like, outside of really number 1 now, you have no idea how this board's going to fall. There could be more surprises and more like, wow, never saw that coming than we could have anticipated.
Yeah. Yeah. Look at that massive crowd in Green Bay. That is unbelievable.
It's awesome.
Did you guys get a chance to listen to John Schneider's radio show just half an hour ago? His last one?
No.
Yeah, not a lot. In fact, I think he gave away fewer details tonight than he has all throughout the process. But he obviously has that background growing up in Green Bay and working for the Packers early in his career, and he was thinking the same thing I was when I saw these initial pictures. Like, where are all these people staying? Like, there aren't that many hotel rooms in Green Bay.
The Airbnbs have got to be blowing up, man.
I would say garages have got to be blowing up. Garages and backyard tents, man.
Anything. Anything.
That's what I would be doing. If I was in Green Bay for the draft, I would want to be hanging out at one of those houses right by the stadium there.
Selling
that would be the ideal setup.
Possibly can.
That would be the ideal setup for sure.
God, I bet that's really smart. I bet even if even if those people don't normally do it, they'd be kind of nuts this weekend to not like get the heck out of there for 4 days and rent out their house.
Yeah, I would. Like, think of the money you could make. Rent out your whole house to somebody, come in and like set it up for them where it's the ultimate draft experience when you get there. Like, there's beer fridges already stocked, all this stuff, put a flat rate on it, walk away for the weekend. You know, that would be an ideal thing.
You'll probably pay your year's worth of mortgage if you do it right.
Well, if you're a season ticket holder, it might pay your season tickets for a year if you're a Packers fan.
Yeah.
Well, and you know, when the NFL draft has just become such a fan experience too, Dan, like, you know, we've talked about it now too, where, you know, you talked about, even we had Dana on our show, and you talk about, you know, what's the experience like, and they say it's just shifted to that fan experience more than anything now. So you talk about getting a premium now. We saw it, like, look at Detroit, looked awesome last year, just down there, looked like, you know, just a place you'd want to be. Plus, you know, you're showcasing the city as well. So it's a good look for the cities, you know, having these NFL drafts, so many eyes on it.
So we need it in Seattle.
So that's the thing. I thought the most interesting part of Schneider's show is Dave or Bob, I can't remember who now, asked him, like, hey, is there any chance? How do you think that would work in Seattle? And Schneider was like, heck yeah. If it works in Green Bay, it would work here. And they asked him if there's any chance. And Schneider looked at Dave Pearson, because Schneider goes, yeah, they could have one here. Oh, and then Bob Stelton looked at Dave Pearson, who's always kind of right off camera, watching the whole thing, making sure they mind their P's and Q's, I guess. And he gave him a thumbs up. So, I mean, we've heard kind of rumors in the past that they've applied for drafts, but they've got the next couple of these set, I think, and no word yet, but pretty strong indication. I think it'd be great, especially you talk about a setup. You know, if the weather goes badly, they've got the WAMU Center there right in the middle, the big convention center right there. You've got the two stadiums, so you could use Safeco. That's got a roof on it. So, you know, you could do, shoot.
Awesome.
I'm not so sure if they were to book the draft here, and if you're making the pitch to the league, maybe you hold it at Safeco and not at Lumen, and maybe you use Lumen and the WAMU for like the NFL experience and all that kind of stuff. But just to guarantee there'd be no weather issues. Incidentally, I think as we speak, I think it's really, really nice in Seattle at the moment.
It is. But the one thing I was going to say is, even if you were worried about the rain in Seattle, there's one other stadium that we're not even talking about that they just renovated in Climate Pledge.
Yeah, absolutely.
You could do it there. You have the fairgrounds. You got the Space Needle right in that general vicinity. God, like, that's another area. Like, there's 3 massive venues you could hold it at in Seattle, you know, without a problem. And if you really were, you know, worried about it and you're like, oh, like, another amazing setting that I hate to say, I know, Dan, because you're a Cougs fan, is University of Washington Stadium there on the water.
Yeah.
Like, you could hold it at the university if you want to. Like,
that'd be pretty
that's
cool.
the thing. There's so many options. Like, and there are better options than there are than Green Bay.
Because they're not inside the stadium in Green Bay.
The red carpet was, from what I saw. I don't know if they're still in there.
Oh, maybe they just have overflow.
Yeah, they might.
Because it looks like right now let's talk about a little Seahawks stuff before we get into it. First, Shane kind of touched on this. Always good to see you, Shane. Thanks for the donation. It's good morning. He says good morning because it's good day to him. He's down under. The idea of trading back or staying put. They asked Schneider how he likes the draft this year. He said, we like it. They asked him how he likes the first round. He said, we like it. Pause. Up to a point. Does that tell you, does that answer, if you're trying to glean anything from that, would that make you think that means they're more likely to stay put because they don't like the value if they move back? Or does that mean just the opposite of that, and that, okay, if our guy or two doesn't come to us, we're bailing out of there as hard as we can if there's a trade partner available?
To me, with that, I think that's John playing the game a little bit. I think there's more guys they like this year for what they're looking for in round 1 that they're hoping will fall. I don't see the scenario where they trade completely out of the first round. I know Daniel Jeremiah mentioned it recently that he's heard like rumors of it. I don't think they're going to do that in Mike McDonald's second season as head coach, to trade right out. I think they're going to get somebody that's going to make an impact to a point, but I could see them definitely moving down a spot if whoever they want, like they've got someone I'd say it's the way the board's falling, Jalen Walker's going to be there potentially, and Cincinnati snipes him at 17, or the Cardinals at 16, then I could see them having that, okay, we've got this contingency, we're going to move back with, I don't know, Pittsburgh, per se, hypothetically, because they want to come up and get, Shedeur Sanders because he's still on the board, and they move back and get another pick. That's what I could see. It'll be interesting to see, though. Schneider's just, I think at this point, he's just playing the game a little bit and not wanting to give anything away.
Sure. I think there are two things that we need to watch as we go through this now over the next couple hours leading up to the Seahawks pick that will impact who's available to them at 18 or later. One is obviously the quarterbacks, right? We know that Cam Ward's about to be selected number 1. Go Cougs. Just a tremendous story watching him go from, very, very lightly recruited high school quarterback to Incarnate Word to Washington State to Miami, now the first pick in the draft. And then the question is, does another quarterback figure into that mix ahead of the Seahawks, or maybe 2? We could get, depending on who you believe and what's smoke and what's fire, we could get just the 1 quarterback in the first round. We could get 4 quarterbacks in the first round. So how many of those might be taken ahead of the Seattle Seahawks would certainly impact and potentially push some guys down to them. And then the next one is the offensive tackles or the offensive linemen. And this is an unusual year where the top 3 guys in this draft, Campbell, Banks, and Membu, are all players that could play guard or tackle, and that some teams see them as lacking in certain specs, certain dimensions, certain aspects of their games to be a slam dunk at tackle. As we get closer to this thing in the last couple of days, there's been all the buzz about Grey Zabel based on this report from Matt Miller on ESPN a couple of days ago, that according to his league sources, and this is the guy that called Michael Penix to Atlanta last year based on his sources, based on conversation with multiple league sources, the Seahawks pick comes down to 2 players, MacMillan and Zabel. But the assumption is that MacMillan will be long gone by 18, which would lead Zabel. And then all of the picks that we've seen today, all the last-minute final mock drafts from all these big-name mock drafters, almost all of them have Grey Zabel being the pick to Seattle. But then something else is happening today, and that is there are more reports than we've seen throughout the entire offseason that he's not even going to last till 18, that he might go as high as 11 to San Francisco, according to Daniel Jeremiah, or 13 to Miami, who, depending on which reports you believe, are either hot on defensive line or corner or offensive line, and they are said to love Zabel as well. Is he the guy? The offensive line thing is obviously going to be a storyline, and we'll talk about that more as we get closer. Is that the guy you're focused on at that position?
For me, I really do like Zabel. I think he's a really good fit at guard. I don't want to hear that we spent our pick on a center at that point. I just don't. I want a guard. That's, if you're coming to bring in Zabel as a guard, great. If his backup situation is if Olu or Sundell goes down or something and we move him over there for a game, fine. But we need a left guard to go with this offensive line. You've got a few guys that can play right guard. We need a guy that can be a left guard. The thing for me, it'll be interesting to see who's on the board when Zabel's there, Dan, because I don't look at it being a massive drop-off from Zabel to a Tate Ratledge or one of these guys. I don't see that massive drop. We're talking about, for example, corners. There's that group of about 4 or 5 guys, and then there is a very steep drop-off to the next group. And you're going, okay, who do we pick? You've been through the mock draft simulators. Me and Ryan have. And it's if you don't get somebody, one of those guys in the top 60 to 70 picks, there's a steep cliff that hits where you don't see that with the interior O-line play. So that's where I'm going, okay, if Grey Zabel's there and they have conviction and this is their guy that they've gone the entire, offseason being hey, we love him. This is who we want. Great, go with it. I think they're going to go O-line early and probably with their first pick just because they didn't do anything in free agency. And I get that they like their guys, but there's also a point of me that goes, they've been eyeing a few of these guys in this class that they're going, that's who we're going after.
The Tennessee Titans are on the clock as we speak. I don't think they'll take very long. They shouldn't. This pick's been set in stone. I miss the old days where guys would sign their contracts without even being picked yet. When right?
What was it? When you had Reggie Bush and Mario Williams, and they signed their contract Mario Williams signed the night before with the Texans, and it was like, okay, so it's just a formality then. Like I miss that stuff.
Well, before it was slotted, some teams, some drafts, like that was the determining factor in who you take number 1 overall. If you thought you were going to have trouble signing a guy because it was, the wild, wild west back then, then you would take the guy that you could sign. We are now a full foursome. Michael Thompson of Field Gulls. How are you, buddy?
Good. I heard I was on the clock, so I thought I'd hop on in.
Cam Ward, you and I talk about college football a lot and have over the years. This is a guy we've been talking about from 3 years now, as long as we've known each other.
Yeah.
And
no, it's pretty crazy.
I remember talking about him when they signed him in the transfer portal and trying to find video on YouTube of him. And it was very grainy, very difficult to watch video. But I remember talking to you about him because you're kind of the quarterback guy. And, for 12th Man Rising, you used to always write about the quarterback prospects. I remember telling you then, quickest release I think I'd ever seen. To think now, 3 years later, that he's going first overall in the draft. After I looked up my own Twitter profile the other day, and he must have had some rough moments early in the season last year, because there was at one point I tweeted he is not a pro, or this was 2 years ago. I've changed my stance, and obviously the league has too. Cam Ward about to go number 1 overall. It's crazy to me.
Like, if you're incarnate Word, do you hang a banner? I feel like you have to
retire his number. Like
exactly.
He's your number 1 recruiter. Like, yeah, that's crazy. How do you sit with value here? There are some who think, I was having this debate with some people today. I was like, look, I think he's a legitimate quarterback who you can build a team around, especially with a really solid offensive minded head coach. So you're sitting number 1. You don't know when you're going to have that chance again. You just take the quarterback. You don't worry about whether he's the 10th or 15th best player. Do you agree with that? Or there are some who think, man, you're passing up Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter. You're passing up some guys that you might look back 10 years from now and regret taking. Your thoughts on the value of Ward here at 1?
Yeah. So like me personally, I think a lot of it depends on what's the situation in Tennessee, what's the ownership situation like, what's the general manager, the head coach, like how safe is everything? Like he was a first year coach, had been pretty stable in Cincinnati. And there was even talk that he might not survive this year. So I think once like those rumors circulated, I feel like they had no choice. They're going to take a quarterback. But like if a different franchise was in this situation and they had more stability and stuff, I personally have Travis Hunter much farther ahead than Cam Ward as a prospect. And I understand there's a difference between the quarterback. I also feel like I'm probably, if I was in that situation, I would be very open to giving Travis Hunter the opportunity to play both sides. Like, I'm not expecting him to be the Shohei Ohtani of football, but like, what if he really can do both, to a certain extent, and really be an extremely, something we have not seen, like even 1994, 95 Deion Sanders, like this is something completely different from that. And so I think that's where like, I am so open that I would rather trade back if I can, or I would like to trade back, but if not, I think I would still even consider taking Travis Hunter. However, with the situation with the ownership, the general manager, and the coach almost not making it this year, you knew from day one that they were taking a quarterback. It was a question of whether it was going to be Cam Ward's ceiling or Shedeur Sanders' high floor. And if you're going to take the number 1 pick, it's just like the NBA, the entire NBA, it's all about ceiling, not the high floor for those first lottery picks. And that's what this is all about. If they hit, then they have an exceptional quarterback that can do so many things and is plus mobility, good size. It's just, Dan, you and I have seen it. Like we watched him at his best in Miami. We also saw him at some pretty rough, arguably his worst at Wazoo for some certain parts. Like the second half of that season after they were 4-0 and ranked is not a pretty picture of, you and I would have lost everything we had if someone told us, do you want to bet on him being the number 1 pick in 18 months?
Yeah.
And so that's where it's so jarring to me. Whereas this Travis Hunter thing's been building. I believe he's one of the top rated defensive back recruits of all time. And then to see him, I think he's a better wide receiver right now than he is a cornerback. And then Abdul Carter, I think, is a top 5 pick in the last, 3 or 4 drafts, talent-wise. I think those are really real deal guys. And I just keep going back to, is Cam Ward, does he get drafted ahead of Bo Nix last year? I just don't know if I see that. And so, again, I like Cam Ward. I think Tennessee is a great spot for him to go. That's a division that's begging for a star to show up. And maybe he ends up being that star. It's just his floor really scares me to where it's a lot to bet an entire franchise on.
It is. It could potentially be about to start going down. The Titans pick is in. It's yet to be announced. The Cleveland Browns are on the clock, and we talked before you arrived about all the buzz today is about the Browns trying to get out of that pick. I guess they don't want Travis Hunter. They want to they want to continue being an unserious franchise. But that there's significant interest in that pick. Maybe Jacksonville coming up, maybe another team trying to get in front of Jacksonville. Ian Rappaport did just announce that even up until today, when everyone around the league knew that Cam Ward was going to be the pick, there were still some inquiries. There was still some serious interest in teams trying to get up to number one. But obviously that didn't happen. I guess we could think this would be about one of the curveballs of all curveballs if this name was not Cam Ward here, wouldn't it be?
Real quick on the Hunter thing, guys. I throw it out there. I mean, don't you think if you're a franchise, whoever takes him, you kind of got to make that decision, Bryce? Like you said, maybe he plays a little bit on one side of the ball just because the money is just way too big now. These investments are way too big. I mean, if you're, after the rookie deal, you got to extend these guys to generational money. And I just think it's too much wear and tear on the body, after a while. I mean, you can do it when you're 20, but you start playing in this league. I just think that's too much. I mean, do you guys agree with that?
Yeah, I don't think you can play full time. You can't play both ways full time. No. It's just not. He's not that big a dude, right?
No,
and
he's not.
When you're 20 years old, you can.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Oh, wait. Hold on, you guys. Got to do this. Oh shoot, where is it?
The music?
Yeah.
There we go. Good for him.
So here's the thing.
And this didn't come out of nowhere. Bruce Feldman told me on the show at the beginning of the college football season last year when he did his quarterback confidential piece for the New York Times and The Athletic, where he said 2 players that scouts and coaches were telling him they expect to be in the first round conversation by the end of the season were Cam Ward and Jackson Dart. Cam Ward, check. We'll see about the next one.
Oh, here we go. Trade alert.
Already.
So here's my interesting.
There it is. There's the trade.
Oh,
Cleveland trades pick to Jacksonville.
There you go. So Jacksonville's coming up.
So here's my thought really quick on Hunter. Jacksonville is the perfect team because they need a star to come in and be the face of that franchise and to give it some juice. If you're Jacksonville, like that's just one of the things you kind of need. And I like Trevor Lawrence coming out of college, but he's just not that. Now they have a potential star. And I think he's the kind of guy that can command, hey, like you said, I don't expect him to play full both ways, but I think of all the situations that they're going to let him play as much as he possibly can, it's probably Jacksonville.
And you can market that too, right? You can market that.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, that almost Bo Jackson-esque. Like, hey,
Hunter,
I can do everything kind of deal, right? Like you said, not a full-time thing, but you got a guy now. Wow, he's this guy like we've never seen this. Like he's gonna play both.
A Heisman Trophy winner,
Heisman Trophy, number 2 overall, and like you said, and it gives Lawrence a playmaker too, right? Even though
now he's got him and Thomas,
right?
Okay, that's real.
No excuses, right? So yeah, I agree with that.
Here are the trade terms. Jacksonville gets the 2nd overall pick, a 4th and a 6th. Cleveland gets the 5th pick, a 2nd and a 4th, and a 2026 first.
Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh.
That could be huge.
Honestly, with where the Browns are at right now, like they might look back someday and say Travis Hunter would have been nice, but that actually makes a lot of sense for where they're at.
So the interesting part for me in all of this is that tells me they are kicking the can on quarterback. The Browns are. And I think what this also could lead to, I think this also could lead to maybe they've already got something in place for either after the draft or whatever that Kirk Cousins is going to be a Cleveland Brown.
Yeah.
Could be. I mean, it honestly makes sense for them. I'm not a proponent of tanking, but if you're the Cleveland Browns, why try really hard to be good right now? If that makes sense, when you could have now potentially 2 high picks next year. I mean,
oh yeah, in a quarterback class that Daniel Jeremiah, you
could have a shot at Doug Nussmeier, Drew Aller, Arch Manning, who I still think is not probably going to come out after 1 year unless the situation's perfect. Clade Klubnik. I mean, Michael and Bryce, you guys would be you'd be able to rattle off more of the names than I would, but yeah, okay. Now the drama starts.
I think just the depth of next year, even if Arch doesn't come out, like the odds, like I think you and I were messaging, but like there's like 10 guys, which every year I can name 10 guys, but this year it feels like there's 10 like realistic day 2 potential guys where the odds that at least 4 or 5 of them are going to move up, and 4 or 5 are going to move down. But there's I mean, it's Cleveland and Jacksonville first round picks. Like there's a real shot you got 2 top 7 picks if Trevor Lawrence's ass. Like if he's terrible or something goes wrong in Jacksonville, like, and even just not even just the quarterbacks, but like you can get a quarterback and hit something. I mean, that's pretty good for Cleveland. And you got the 6th pick, or the 5th?
5th. Yeah.
5th.
Isn't it funny that on, when it's become a tradition for so many, I saw it all over Twitter in the last 24 hours, more so than I ever have. And of course, we had the live watch party here last night watching the draft day movie. And that the first, a big storyline was a trade between the Cleveland Browns and the Jacksonville Jaguars. Although this time it's the Jaguars kind of being the aggressor and being the one to move up and get the higher pick.
So here's an interesting little nugget on it, guys, which is Jay Glazer. He said the Jaguars made the trade with the Browns to move up. Jags wanted to make sure, though, Ward went 1 before pulling the trigger. So this has been in the works for a bit of the time. They just had to make sure Cam Ward went off the board first before fully pulling it.
They would have
back to the Cam Ward pick. I get that the Jaguars pick's probably in already, but the interesting thing is now does Will Levis become a trade piece for teams that miss out on a quarterback in day 2 for the Titans to get another pick at some point? I think now they're not going to keep Will Levis, who they just invested 2 years ago, as a round 2. I think was he round 2 quarterback that came off the board?
He was like pick 34.
Yeah, he was early. Second round. Whatever. That's what I meant.
Will Levis,
second round.
Brandon Allen, and Tim Boyle.
Yeah, they're going to go with that and Cam Ward. They're not going to keep the guy that they spent a second round pick on 2 years ago in the building because it's just going to lead to an awkward animosity thing. They'll ship him out, and maybe that's a team that misses goes and gets Will Levis, because I still think there's a potential of Will Levis being a decent NFL starter.
All right, so guys, really quick, I got something.
Yeah.
So Cleveland just got what, pick 37, 38 as well?
Yes.
So now they got 33. They got 2 picks in the 30s. Yeah. Are we sure they're not going to jump back in?
Back up into the second round.
And get a quarterback? Maybe are they going to get? I mean, are they going to go after Dart or Shador? Right. And just, I mean,
they're more primed now. They now have more ammo to do it than the Giants do, who are sitting at the exact same spot, basically looking to do the exact same thing. So they have armed themselves now with all the assets they would need to make a big move up. Might they have to go all the way to 18 to get their guy if they want to get in front of the Pittsburgh Steelers? Do we start that conversation?
Yeah, I'm looking up the trade value of what it would look like.
You got it. I mean, I think it's pretty clear that Pittsburgh needs a quarterback and they're going to take a QB, right? So, yeah, I think you're right. I think if they got an eye on a guy that, they might have. But as much as I bash the Browns, man, that's looking like a good deal, because you got to think, man, that Jacksonville pick, like Mike said, unless they just play lights out, it's going to be a pretty good pick next year. So. Yeah, you move back a couple of spots, you accumulate picks, you get a next year's first. Like that's good, especially if you're not ready to compete and you're thinking, well, there's so many other needs for us. Let's accumulate more picks, get another first round pick. Travis Hunter's not gonna, make or break the franchise right now. So what they do with those picks is another story. But
so here's the way it ties into the Seahawks, though. Seattle is at Jacksonville this year, and the Jags just gave up a 2026 first round to the Browns. So the Seahawks will have some role in affecting next year's first round draft order.
Right.
And we've got to always tie it back to us, guys. It's all
you
about
got it. Yeah, you're right.
Just
you're
like
right.
They're going to face Cam Ward on the road in Nashville this year with Tyler Lockett.
This is true.
Right. Yeah, new receiver signing, man. Dan, what's your take real quick on the Lockett signing, man? were you surprised, or you thought maybe he would just pack it up and do the real estate thing and hang out in Seattle? Or were you like, nah, you know what, this guy still wants to play some ball?
No, I think he already made that decision. If he would have retired, it would have been in conjunction, very similar to how Doug Baldwin did it, where the release would have also been a retirement, and he would have just done it then. I'm happy for him. I think it's a good situation for him. Go to young and be able to kind of impart some of his wisdom and show him how to lead. And Travis Hunter, Jacksonville. There it is.
Yeah.
So looking at the trade chart, Cleveland's pick and Jacksonville's pick, the equivalent would be Seattle's 18th overall pick, and then it would be pick 95. So if Seattle gave 92 and 18, it'd be a very slight overpay for 33 and 36 if Cleveland comes calling for a quarterback.
Which chart are you using?
Is it the Rich Hill, I believe? The trade value, NFL trade value chart from Draft Tech.
They haven't updated it yet. Come on, guys, over at Draft Tech. Let's get those extra picks in there.
Yeah, because Cleveland is 580, Jacksonville, which is now Cleveland, is 540. So you got 11, 20, and then Seattle's pick 18 is 900.
And or you look at it this way, like if they really want to, Cleveland could go. I mean, it gives them the luxury. They could move from 33 or 36, whichever. They could move from 33 up to the Seahawks pick, which is a difference of 107 points. They could basically, they have 2/3. They could basically pay, if they don't want to give up any capital from next year, they could give up both of their thirds and still hang on to a high 2 and then move up to 18 to get your quarterback. Because now you got to start looking ahead. Whether you take that quarterback this year or you're looking ahead to 2026, you got to start putting the infrastructure in place. They've been known to have that great offensive line for a long time, but Joel Bitonio is said to be close to retirement. He's had all sorts of injury issues he's battled. They signed Tevin Jenkins in free agency this year. There's some speculation Wyatt Teller could be available. Like that offensive line that looked so elite a couple of years ago with Nick Chubb running behind it, not so much now. They're probably going to be looking to add to that at some point, I would think.
So here's the other thing that, we talk about why Cleveland would have made this deal. Cleveland lost 3 of their first-round picks for Deshaun Watson.
Yeah. This is their first one.
This is the only way they're going to start rebuilding what they basically gave up in that Deshaun Watson trade. So that's the other point of this. Like, for once, Cleveland actually made a good, smart football move and allowing someone to come up so they can reap the benefits in another good draft class next year, which may be better in some of the areas they actually need to address, which will be, we need to get a franchise quarterback in here and solve that issue. Yeah. The other thing on the Jacksonville side of this, you're bringing a Florida kid to help market your program.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like,
and it seems like a place. It feels like a place he's going to want to be. And remember, too, Cleveland is the most analytics-driven team in the entire league. They have a staff of 11 in their analytics department. That's far and wide. Most teams have between 4 and 7, based on a list that I saw about a month ago. And so, if you're coming at it from that angle, it makes sense that they would look at this draft board and go, "Look, he's a nice player. We have a high grade on him." But these other assets are more valuable to us now based on all the data that we've been given.
And Travis Hunter might be the best receiver Jacksonville has had since Jimmy Smith and Kean McCardell.
Yeah, now you pair him with Brian Thomas Jr. Like that's
filthy.
That's fun, right?
And he becomes your nickel corner. Like we were talking earlier about how does he fit on defense because he wants to play both. You could play him in your sub packages and nickel.
Well, I heard be interested to get both your thoughts on this. I heard interesting theory the other day. Some coaches were talking about like it makes more sense to play him full time at corner just because like that's a position where you have to be immersed in the game plan. You have to be in there to be able to see things instinctively and pick up on what they're doing. It would be harder to just jump in there in spots as a corner and have a feel for what's happening. Versus wide receiver, where you can just go out there, in certain packages and get a blow every once in a while.
Yeah, that's a very true point.
Yeah, I agree. I guess
It's going to be
I
like
guess
this
just my
Ohtani thing, right? You start off
Yeah.
playing him as much as he can handle, and then you figure it out from there.
Yeah, and like, I mean, that's one of the interesting things that people don't always talk about is Ohtani's been hurt a lot as a pitcher, and so like he's become the best hitter I've ever seen. But like when he was on, he was also one of the better pitchers I've ever seen, and so like maybe this will just play itself out. And we'll figure it out and we'll see. And like, I do feel though, as the draft process has unfolded, it's kind of flipped. I felt like everyone during the season was like, well, he's a cornerback that will do some receiving packages. And I don't know if you guys have heard the same, but I feel like I've heard the opposite sense. And it makes me just wonder if he's just setting himself up because there's wide receiver money is so much more than cornerback money. And it's, I mean, Jacksonville, they're going to be losing a lot. So he's probably gonna get the ball a lot.
He came out at the perfect time, right? Because it's a it's a weaker wide receiver class that we've seen in a while. It's not a great corner class, right? I mean, there's speculation that when the Seahawks are on the board at 18, they could be looking at no wide receivers or corners taken at their spot, which could influence their pick. I look at it this way. Like I'm sure Jacksonville fans right now are thinking about what could be. And Abdul Carter was just taken by the Giants. So I'm talking about this whole trade thing. Now we know for sure the reports of the last couple of weeks were trending this way. They're not going to go quarterback at 3. Now the real question is going to be the Browns and Giants potentially fighting over each other to get back into the back of the first round. But Travis Hunter, I'm sure Jacksonville Jaguar fans are thinking, this is awesome. We checked 2 boxes with one player, with one salary cap hit at position of need on both sides of the ball. Like their corner group isn't all that inspiring, but also like it adds a tremendous amount of risk. Because now, if Travis Hunter gets a high ankle sprain and misses 8 weeks, you're out your top corner and your top wide receiver. Now, both your coordinators are having to scramble.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how that all shapes up for him. Now, moving to this one, though, with the Giants taking Abdul Carter, that's interesting because,
Thibodeau.
So yeah, that's been one of the buzzy things about the day is that they're willing to trade him. Well, now you have Abdul Carter to pair with Brian Burns. Like some people have suggested, if the Giants do come calling for 18, right?
Yeah.
And you're trying to put a package together that makes sense for the Seahawks to bail out. Is Kayvon Thibodeau a guy that fits, or that either of you guys would like to add to this Mike Macdonald defense? He hasn't always played up to the physical traits.
Ooh, that's an interesting one.
Right? I guess that would fall in the category, wouldn't it? That if that deal was made, you just kind of tip your cap to Mike Macdonald and go, okay, if he wanted him.
Yeah, you'd have to trust in Mike like we did with Tyrese Knight. You'd really have to sit there and go, okay, so he's clearly got a plan for how they're going to use Thibodeau. I just, what this also tells me is I wonder if we do not now see the Giants try and trade back up into that late teens, early 20s to get a quarterback, depending on how this keeps falling, because I expect New England here to take Will Campbell.
That seems to be kind of the chalk of the last couple of weeks. Yeah, it was Mason Graham for months, and then it was Membu for a while, and now it seems pretty solid that the expectation is Will Campbell.
I think Campbell's mentality fits with Vrabel.
It sounds like there's a real attraction there.
Yeah, and that's who I think is who you'll see come off the board next. And then Cleveland's going to be the interesting one right there at 5. Like, do they go with a defensive player and add to that? Because the thing I think you got to keep in the back of your mind is, yes, Myles Garrett signed that new deal, but, he's also not getting any younger.
Yeah.
Like, he's getting up there now, and you need to have that because they don't have another guy that really affects the passer all that much in the same way Myles Garrett does. Do you add somebody? Do you add a Jalen Walker? And, keep this kind of trend going down of, okay, we're going to look at 2026 for our quarterback. We'll make a deal for a Kirk Cousins, or maybe they make a deal for Will Levis and bring Will Levis in. Who knows?
Hey, Michael, do you believe in Will Campbell as a full-time tackle?
Tape doesn't show it necessarily. I mean, it sounds like New England believes so. And so if Vrabel and that group believes it, then I have I actually wrote about Vrabel when I was still at 12th man. Like, that was a dude I really wanted with the Seahawks. I just really believe in his vision. And if he believes in Campbell, I think that's more about the nastiness. And man, I have a hard time seeing him in 4 years still being a left tackle. That's personally my opinion. I think that if he can if he moves to guard, he's arguably one of the best guards in football by 2027. And so that's where it's like, I think people get so caught up on that tackle thing, and I get it. It's a big deal, but there's also something to be said about having a dominant interior offensive line. I just feel like it's just not talked about enough. And yet every year in the playoffs, we see the teams with the best interior offensive line are the ones that move on, not just the best tackles.
Looking at their depth chart right now, I don't think there's any question he plays tackle today.
Yeah.
Vidarian Lowe at left tackle, Morgan Moses at right tackle, Cole Strange, who they took in the first round a couple years ago at left guard, Micah Wenhu, who they signed for agency to play right guard, and then Garrett Bradbury is penciled in as their starting center. Just signed for the Vikings a couple of months ago. Yeah, there's needs all across the line there. So it's just, this class lacked a traditional, no doubt, tackle who's built like a tackle. He's just not there. It might have been Josh Simmons if he wasn't coming off the major injury, right?
Do you guys think it says a little bit about Mason Graham that he's not considered here by Vrabel?
I think once he got into the testing and the closer teams got to see him up close, and Daniel Jeremiah has talked about this a lot, where the first time he went to Michigan to watch a practice and saw him in person, he could not believe he was looking at the same player that he was watching on tape. He doesn't look like a football player. Like, he has a bad body. He doesn't have any. It's shocking. And so to try and reconcile, how
Vrabel's not going to stand for that.
Yeah. That's why he was never going to be the pick in Jacksonville. Their GM came out, their new GM, about a month ago, and was talking about traits and what he sees in edge players and defensive tackles, and how they have to be big and strong and long and everything else. And I was like, nobody should be talking about Mason Graham there.
Yeah. I agree. I think Campbell pick here. If I was picking, I would take Jalen Walker here. Jalen Walker or Tyler Warren would be my pick here. That's my personal opinion. I think you need tone setters, culture setters. I know people would say it's a little bit early for both, but I could see Vrabel falling in love with a Walker. But again, I can also see him liking Will Campbell, being the guy that he was at LSU, wearing the number and what all that means, even as an offensive lineman. I know and stuff. I can see Vrabel eating that up. If I'm looking for that ceiling, I'm very high on Walker though. So
I think we're in that spot now where this is the identity of the draft, that we have been hearing for months that it was thin at the top, lacking in blue chip players, and then a very even depth of talent through about the top 80 or 90 players. Well, now we're 3 players into this. The 3 blue chippers are gone. It could be all hell could break loose now, because there are no universally agreed upon consensus blue chip players left in this draft. We've already run through them all.
There's one I would say that's still in that conversation, Dan, and that's Genty.
Okay.
That's the only other player that's still on the board, but he's more of a team looking for a specific fit.
Right.
The thing I will say, though, you took your franchise quarterback last year and you need to protect him. So talking about, I get where you're going with it, Michael, with the edge and the value in that and those players, but you cannot put Drake May back out there behind that offensive line and get him shell-shocked, because then you've punted on basically 2 top picks in 2 years in a way. You have to go get a left tackle, and I think they're going to go get Campbell, because the one thing Campbell can do is a tackle quite well, and it fits what McDaniels does in his run game, and that's man and gap. That's their thing. They like man and gap with McDaniels. That's a big thing of his offense. They like their counters. They like to pull. They like to do those things. Will Campbell can do that. And the one thing we know about McDaniels is he has a big, rich history at a point in time of 2 tight ends and helping out his tackles when Tom Brady was there. You could see that come all the way back again. Oh,
yeah, they have to take an offensive lineman here. I guess the only question might have been, is it Campbell or is it Banks? It's the pick is in.
It's been in for a while.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been surprised if they had taken that one down to the to the
Man, where is Cleveland going to go now?
This is where I think Cleveland goes edge. Jalen Walker.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Did you guys actually, I was going to say, did you see what Earl Thomas said in his interview with Chris Egan?
I just saw the clip about him talking about his relationship with Pete.
So I watched the whole interview, and they asked him, like, what would you do if you were Seattle? And so, like, what player would you say? He's like, if I'm in Seattle and Starks is on the board, you take that guy because he is the closest I've seen to myself.
Interesting.
It's interesting he didn't say Barron.
Yeah, he went with Malachi Starks. He said that dude is a game changer.
Or he could have stuck with the Texas angle and talked about Makuba.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, true. What a suit, Will Campbell.
Looking sharp. He's another guy. He doesn't. That does not look like an NFL left tackle.
No, it does not.
Right?
You know, who
I can't wait to see Membo walk out. Watch Membo walk out. I bet he's going to look a little different.
You know, the thing about Will Campbell, though, when he walks and the way he's built kind of reminds me of is Taylor Lewan.
Yeah.
I could see that.
That's the similar build I see in him as Taylor Lewan's build. Like Taylor Lewan, when you saw him, he had a big set of shoulders and he put on weight in the NFL. But when you initially watched him walk out, you were like, can this dude really play tackle in the NFL? Like he looked a little bit slender, but I think if you're Cleveland now, you're going defense. You're going to get something to help that defense. Whether that's, Dan, it could be who you mentioned. It could be Mason Graham or Kenneth Grant here. They could go and get interior help for Myles Garrett on that D-line.
Yeah, I think for a long time, early in the draft process, the assumption was Abdul Carter was going to be the pick at 2 if they didn't go quarterback, and then it kind of switched to Hunter. The idea of pairing Carter with Myles Garrett. Maybe a Jalen Walker does make sense because they need somebody in that building, like you said, Michael, that can be a culture setter, and he's known as that dude. A couple of them are. Michael Williams is thought of that way. There are a couple other players as well. I think it'd be high for Williams, but they've kind of thrown a curveball at us. We don't know what's coming next.
My question is, are the Bears going to try and move up here at some point?
Well, because is Janty going 6?
Does Cleveland move back again?
They could.
No, their pick is in. Their pick is in.
Okay.
Pete Carroll's going to have Ashton Janty potentially. That son of a gun.
I was going to put a draft tracker up, but unfortunately, the tracker gets ahead of the broadcast, and I don't want to know.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that Will Campbell was picked before they announced it, and I don't want to. I want to be surprised just so long.
Or do they pull a curveball and go with the Raiders? Does Pete go to defense?
Well, that makes sense to trade back with Chicago.
Yeah.
Well,
and now you can load up
with the Christian Wilkins news.
Yeah.
Right. That Wilkins is he's got that foot injury and that it might not be healing right and that he might not be available at the start of the season. Like I could see making a lot of sense there. Sure.
Okay, I gotta ask you guys. Have you seen that Pete's back in doing his draft clues again?
Yeah. I saw the rap.
So good. I love Pete for that. That was something that was so fun.
I was never very good at him.
No, his last clue he just put up was John Cena holding up the belt. And I'm like, in what world does this have any relation? I'm trying to figure it out.
Who has a wrestling background? Because that's something that's always been big with Pete. They're going to draft Dylan Fairchild at 6.
There you go. Shock the world.
All right. Okay, sounds like the Browns did consider trading back again.
Yeah, it's just that question for Cleveland. Are you trading? Are you taking someone to pair with Myles Garrett, or are you continuing to set yourself up for when you take a quarterback next year, or if you trade back in here?
As it relates to the Seahawks, we want to see as few offensive linemen come off the board as possible, right?
Yeah.
You want this to be a defensive player.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, you know what? I will give Will Campbell his flowers. That's a pretty impressive stat. 989 pass blocks and 2 sacks allowed.
In the SEC.
I know. That's
the other part of this. Like, that's the one thing for me where it's like, yes, I get he's got shorter arms, but The biggest thing I worry about isn't even the arms, it's his stance.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one thing for me that I'm just like, how is that going to work when he's lined up against a Max Crosby or, you know, one of these elite edge players like Myles Garrett? How is he going to handle that?
Yeah. Do you let him just do it because he's comfortable at it, or?
All right, the pick. I have the pick. All right.
I'm
You on
resisting.
ESPN, Mike? You're ahead of us.
I'm resisting.
I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything.
No, but are you
resisting
watching it through
temptation.
ESPN or are you watching NFL Network?
I am in my bunker. With I got YouTube TV, so I'm on ABC. I got ESPN. I got 2026 big boards. I got PFN on right here. I got PFF. I got
our
X.
Seahawks big board that PFF put up. By the way,
Yeah.
So they do go Mason Graham.
I'm pretty surprised. I'm not gonna lie.
that is surprising.
Look at him. Look at that dude. I bet he's one of those guys that was stopped at the entrance by security, and they're like, "I'm going to need to see some
Yeah, are you an NFL player?
players only."
Like, you look at his shoulders. They're so narrow for a D lineman. Like, when you watch Kenneth Grant come out, you're going to see this big hulking dude. Yeah. This will be interesting to see. Was Kenneth Grant a byproduct of Mason Graham?
Yeah.
Or
was
vice
Mason
versa.
Graham a byproduct of Kenneth Grant?
He looks like a bouncer.
But the other thing is it's the lower half. Like, it's that base.
Yeah.
Well, look, the hands too, right?
Yeah. I love how 55 looks on defensive tackles. Derek Harmon wears 55 too. It just, for some reason, I don't know what it is. Just look at that.
So, okay. So like you said, Dan,
interesting thing in the chat, guys. That was hilarious.
What?
Well done, Shane.
Hang on. Now that we've got the pick, I want to get to some of these starred comments as we start to get closer. You can see the Seahawks now. They're at the bottom. They're at the scroll at the bottom. They're on the screen. Corey Coleman, thanks for the donation. Give me Booker at 18. I know he didn't do well in the underwear Olympics, but we need his leadership on the offensive line. Even if he isn't the greatest on the team, he'll make others better around him. I had dismissed Booker as not a scheme fit, like significantly not a scheme fit, even though I acknowledge like the elite off the field traits, the leadership, the tenacity, the play, his play personality. But Mike McDonald said something the other day at their pre-draft press conference where he talked about, it was Schneider, where he talked about that the guys that run that scheme and Kubiak and Benton and those guys, they know it so well that it doesn't have to, I can't remember the way he worded it now, but he basically said a player doesn't have to fit a specific mold. We can figure out how to fit someone in if they feel like they have qualities that we admire, that we want. Is Booker a square peg in a round hole in this scheme, Bryce, or can you make it work because he's so good at what he does?
I think you can make it work. You're just going to have to understand like your limitations within that. So like if you're running wide zone, maybe your points of attack narrow a bit and you change kind of how you set up blocks through that process. And that's something you can do. It's not hard to do if you know what you're dealing with, but that means, okay, then if Booker's going to be your left guard and that's his limitation, okay, then that means maybe Jalen Sundell is a better center because he's going to have to work harder to get to that second level. And your right guard's going to have to be more athletic to get to that second level. It has a ripple effect, right? If you're going to do that, which is fine, and he brings so many other things to the table, then you're going to have to make up for it in other ways by how you scheme things to work. So where your left guard sometimes on the wide zone is kind of your cutback guy, he's taking that trailing backside backer on that play. Maybe that's where you change it, and now it's the center, and he's working to get a cross face of that three tech and get that seal at the initial level instead.
Yeah, and the other thing too, we've focused so much, and I'm of it too, of how he would fit in that wide zone run game scheme. But pass protection is a huge issue on this team when it comes to the interior offensive line as well, especially with the new quarterback that's in tow, right? You got to keep that guy upright. And Tyler Booker just doesn't let guys get to his quarterback. Like he is an elite pass protector at that position. So maybe ultimately that's what wins out too.
It's really yeah, the Raiders are. It's really interesting though. If you look at, I don't know, Dan, if you've looked at it, but PFF came out with their like big boards for each team, which is kind of a new cool thing this year, where they break down all the statistics and everything. Booker isn't even in Seattle's top 25.
Yeah, I think they went pretty heavy on scheme fit in their grade there.
He's
but
41.
Everyone else seems to overlook it. All the other
Yeah.
major mock drafters, he's been mocked plenty to Seattle, and the reasoning is usually just they need offensive line.
He's the 41st player, and Jonah Savaiinaea is the 43rd. That's how closely they're ranked on this board together.
This has to be Genty, right?
It's got to be.
Pete's gonna.
Pete, whoops. Did
Yeah,
Pete
there you
come
go.
out of retirement because he knew he'd get a shot at Ashton Genty in Las Vegas? Like, is that a perfect marriage of
Pete
intention
got his Marshawn.
and identity and player? Like, that's awesome.
Pete has got his second version of Marshawn.
He's got his quarterback. He's got his quarterback, and he's got, like you said, his Marshawn, who's got a lot of LT in him, and he can coach for 4 years. And I'm not saying this in a negative way, but he can basically run it with those 4 guys, and he's not worried about second contract Genty. Like, does Ashton immediately become the number 1 pick in fantasy football? Like, he's going to get the ball 25 times at least.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
Here's the other interesting part of this. And this is like we were talking about Pete and his love for the run game. Look at what Chip Kelly did with Henderson and Jidkins this year at Ohio State.
Yeah.
The guy knows how to develop a run game.
Oh my gosh.
That is the one thing Chip Kelly
I forgot
does.
about that.
They could draft
Chip has Genty.
They could draft another.
Man, why did Lockett not sign with Vegas? I don't.
They may not have offered him anything. They may be looking at this and going, "Hey, we can get someone in the draft."
Can I just take a moment? Boise State, the state of Idaho, top 7 pick or top 6 pick. We do more than grow potatoes here in Idaho. Just want to put that out there.
I will say this too, as far as the Seahawks go, trying to tie everything back to this is the way this draft has played out so far is very, very good for the Seahawks, because in the last couple of days, Kelvin Banks was seen as a fallback. Potentially Armand Membu was going to go in the top 6 as well. If the Jacksonville Jaguars had taken Genty, which was kind of the momentum the last few days, and the Raiders missed out on him, Kelvin Banks was going to be in play there at 6. So the fact that Membu and Banks are still on the clock now as of pick 7, like, there were a lot of scenarios where they weren't, and that's just going to push those guys now all one spot down closer to Seattle.
So,
I think these – go ahead.
Well, I was going to say just a thing to tie back into the, when we were talking earlier about Thibodeau, the Giants have now told him they're exercising the 5th-year option on him.
Huh.
Okay.
I don't think
that's kind of an interesting thing.
Doesn't prevent them from trading him. Certainly.
Doesn't prevent him from trading him, but that might actually be a reason why, because they might get him at a better deal potentially as if they try and ship him, because he'd still be on that rookie number. Yeah. Whoa, I wonder. Okay, so what do we think the Jets are doing?
So that's what I was going to say. I feel like the next 3 picks are really massive, because do the Jets go offensive line, or do they take Tyler Warren? Or is there a defensive pick with Aaron Glenn that had been rumored? Does Carolina do what everyone thinks they're going to do and take Jalen Walker? And then is New Orleans avoiding the quarterbacks for now because they want to see what next year looks like if the prodigal son does come into the draft? I don't know. It's just something that to look for. But man, if Jalen Walker doesn't go at 8, if I'm Seattle, man, kind of wonder what would it take to move up.
Yeah, I think we're gonna start picking. We're gonna start talking about the potential to move up and the appeal of moving up, probably after the Bears at 10.
Yeah.
Or you're not gonna make a move.
I'd actually say it's probably New Orleans. It's after New Orleans, because that'll be the interesting part. But the thing I'll say too is with Arch Manning, who I know you're talking about there, Mike.
Mm-hmm.
The people that I've talked to about, do you think he comes out next year? Because I've already started doing my work for next year.
Mm-hmm.
They don't think he's going to. There is a big thing in that family's history of finishing what you start.
Mm-hmm.
That is a huge thing. And he waited out his time at Texas. He's now got it. I don't think we see Arch Manning. The earliest we see him is 2027. That'll be the earliest you'll see Arch Manning.
I agree.
I don't.
unless the draft board falls a certain way.
Exactly.
And
Yes.
that
And it's a
team
premier franchise.
absolutely wants to play for ends up somehow with the number 1 pick. And then, maybe if the Saints end up with the first pick and he wants to go play, carry on the legacy of his dad, or if it's just a team that has a good setup, strong offensive line, good coordinators. He likes the situation there. But I'm with you. I've been saying it for quite a while. I think he's a guy that plays at least 2 full years.
Yeah, I think barring a national title, I think he's just going to stay.
Yeah, I think the thing we got to think too with Arch Manning, and this is the other thing, when we talk about next year's classes, he will only have had, he is a phenom and he's coming from this family, but he will only have really 1 year of starting experience. And what have we heard Schneider say, and what have we heard a lot of these guys say is they value starts. Some of these quarterbacks that we're talking about in this year's draft class, Will Howard, some of these other guys that we've got, Kyle McCord, they have a lot of starts under their belt, which helps because of, like John said, quarterbacks don't get the amount of reps that they used to anymore when they're backups because of the fact you don't have 4 preseason games. Think about when we used to have 4 preseason games. You saw the starters for usually a quarter and a half in game 3, and then that was it. Other than that, they never played. It was usually your rookies were getting all the reps, and you were trying to figure out who you keep on the roster. And this is where going to the 2-man thing or the 2-game thing has really, really changed that. So who do we think the Jets took?
I think who they should take, if I'm looking at this depth chart, I take Membu and I stick him at right tackle. Like that's.
I agree.
I'm gonna say defensive coach wants his guy, and I'm gonna say Jalen Walker.
Jalen Walker makes sense, especially with the things that we heard about Glenn's mentality, kind of how that whole Rodgers thing went down. He wants to establish his personality. Walker would be a good dude for that. What were you gonna say, Bryce?
I was going to say, I agree with you, Dan. I think they go because I think Aaron Glenn looks at it and goes, I can coach up the defense. Kind of like what Mike McDonald did last year. Yes, they gave him Byron Murphy, but a lot of the pieces were already in place. That defense is still good. They still have Sauce Gardner. They still have a lot of their pieces. I think he's going to try and coach it up. I think they look at that offense as more of an issue, and they need to rectify that by fixing the offensive line. And I think that's where they go with Membu here. And then it becomes really interesting to see what Carolina does.
Yeah, absolutely. Carolina could be the first spot where we start talking about Teterow and MacMillan.
I also will say this. I agree with that, Dan. Miami is the big obstacle here because I think they're a team that could go O-line and they could throw a wrench in the whole plan.
There's been some Zabel to Miami talk today. All right, here we go. Jets.
Oh.
Armand Membu.
All right, so now you're kind of in that Jalen Walker, which has been just discussed since what, January, February to Carolina.
Yeah.
Or
are you at least tempted to get Bryce Young some help?
I was going to say Tyler Warren down the seam.
Tyler Warren or Teterow MacMillan could really be in play here.
It's the 2 guys Bryce could actually see.
Yeah.
Right.
Dan knows I'm like the biggest not anti Bryce Young as a person, but like I'll never understand that pick.
So here's how I understand that pick. And this is the one thing is Bryce Young in the locker room is a leader. And that was the whole thing. Like you got to think, to be in Alabama, to have Nick Saban hold you at a press conference and say, these guys, Nick Saban doesn't do that a lot. He's not that type of guy that usually boasts guys up and boosts them up. That's where I find that's where Carolina went with, we want a guy that can help set the culture in the right direction. Because at that point, they had no idea. They had 2 quarterbacks that were, from the same draft class within 2 picks of each other the year prior in Darnold and Mayfield. So I understand it. The only problem is for me, Bryce Young's height you can kind of work with. It was his lean build that I went, oh gosh, is he going to survive a constant beating? They went and invested in the O-line, but it'll be interesting.
Right.
Here's a question from I'd rather be flying an X-Wing. Always a great viewer. Thanks for the donation. Does the team have to talk to the player before they're able to draft him? He uses the example of last year with Tyrese Knight. Hey, Ryan MacMillan's back. Let's get Ryan back in here. No, they don't have to talk.
Hey,
they don't have to talk to him. It's not required. Teams like to. They get a little nervous if they can't reach him.
So, Bryce, my only question is, did Carolina never get access to the tape of CJ Stroud against Georgia in the Peach Bowl? That's my only question.
Okay, so I agree with you. And don't get me wrong, but the question then at that point with CJ Stroud is, did they also get hold of the tape of Justin Fields at Ohio State?
Yeah, that's fair.
And all that stuff, like Ohio State.
The history of Ohio State QBs,
Exactly my point. Where, and not saying Alabama has a better history, but as of late, they've had better success. Jalen Hurts, Tua Tagovailoa, like they've at least had a little bit better success in that regard.
Right.
It's really interesting, but here's a really good question. What is quarterback you?
Oklahoma. Game over. It's over.
Really, Oklahoma is the one you're going to go with. Really, Mike? That's
in terms of getting drafted high. In terms of getting
that's at the next level. Like what?
Oh, then is it USC, right? USC or probably.
Well, if you look at USC, really, Carson Palmer. Like, this is what I mean.
NFL. So NFL success.
NFL success. This is where it's tough.
After John Mateer's taken next year, it'll be Oklahoma.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Dan.
So already, I'm looking at Daniel Jeremiah's final mock draft again, and already things are moving in the Seahawks' favor because Jeremiah had Banks going at 6. So things have kind of fallen our way. Ryan, what do you? I know you got some catching up to do. What do you think so far? Any surprises for you?
Yeah, not really, man. I'm just I'm just still I
like John's point here. If the Panther, there's some Tedero MacMillan's a polarizing prospect. I mean, I like
him.
I was in on him at the beginning of the process. Then I talked myself out of him, didn't want anything to do with him. And then I was back in on him. And now it looks like he's not going to even be there at 18. But with that Matt Miller report that it's MacMillan or Zabel are the two guys the Seahawks really want if they stick at 18, John's here saying, hope the Panthers take him. And there has been a lot of buzz connecting MacMillan potentially to the Panthers here. They got to get some help for Bryce Young either. But is Tyler Warren the better choice?
I think you got to go they did sign Ian Thomas this offseason, I believe, or did they lose Ian Thomas? I can't remember.
They signed Tommy Tremble in free agency.
That's right. I think you got to go outside. You got to get an X receiver.
And then Jatavian Sanders out of Texas, they drafted last year before. So I think they're going to go MacMillan here. Personally, I think that's where you go. But here's the situation. I'm just going to throw this out to you. You're Seattle, and it comes to 18, and somehow on the board, you have Zabel, Calvin Banks, and Jalen Walker. Who are you taking? Oh, Walker.
Who is it again?
Zabel,
yeah,
Banks, and Jalen Walker. Who are you taking?
I'm taking Jalen Walker.
I'm taking Banks, but Mike McDonald is pounding the table for Jalen Walker.
Yeah.
Ryan, who are you taking?
Yeah, I mean, I just agree with that. I think, Bryce, you and I kind of talked about it on our show. Like, I think if you got a primo guy on that side of the ball, just looking at our head coach and I don't know. I'm not confident that they're going to go O-line player at 18.
Give him the queen of his chessboard. That's kind of how I look at it.
Well, yeah, exactly.
You give him an elite pass rusher. You'd actually give him an upgrade over who you have with Mafe Hall and Chenna.
Exactly.
And Lawrence,
which is saying a lot. That's saying a lot.
Yeah.
We already have a decent pass rush. Yeah.
That's the key term you just used, Mike. You said decent pass rush.
Yeah.
You need one guy to push it over the top that teams really have to think about. And I think, yes, I get this class isn't great outside of Carter, but Jalen Walker is enough of a chess piece where you can go, where is Mike McDonald going to line him up? And the other thing, we all talk about Kyle Hamilton and what he did with him in Baltimore. Everyone's looking for the next Kyle Hamilton for Mike McDonald. What if it isn't a safety, and what if it's a linebacker like Jalen Walker?
Yeah. He could cover tight ends and running backs too, and get after the passer and be a third. They use 3 linebackers sometimes or 3 safeties. You could play either of those roles.
Really quick with the quarterback, what you're talking about. I saw on a web. Here we go. Purdue is ranked number 1. Oh, who's the pick?
Hold on. Got to type. Here we go, guys.
Oh my. Oh my. Oh my.
Oh, and that's 8, not 7, right?
Yeah, pick it.
Yeah. All right. Well, we can no longer have that conversation.
Yep.
Sorry,
you guys surprised how high he went?
Our good friend Jackson Bevins is probably having a bourbon right now, kicking one back for Teteroa MacMillan. He's one of his favorites.
Well, he just makes sense for Seattle if you were going to go receiver, right? You plug and play, and you just lost your big downfield guy. And yeah, the hands that Ted has too, right? You talk about that red zone threat, something that DK was always a 50-50 guy with. I think that's a big intriguing thing with him, in my opinion. He doesn't have that DK speed, but he just the playmaking hands ability where you can, we all thought DK should be an 80-20 guy in that red zone, and he just never was. And I don't think he ever will be. As much as I love DK like Jackson does, I think DK is who he is now, right? You kind of know what you got. And so if Tet brings that extra, go up and get the ball and secure it.
I got to be brutally honest on another note, guys. I love Pete Carroll. I miss him because he just put out a tweet with the Marshawn scene about I was eating my quesadilla from Brooklyn Nine-Nine with we're fired up Raiders. And I'm like, this is so just awesome. It's Pete. Nice. It's so good to have him back in the NFL.
I just watched that episode the other day. I'm a regular viewer of Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
That is a great show.
This is fantastic. Can I just say again, unless you wanted MacMillan, I think it's another guy that may have fell to you that I wasn't in favor of drafting. And I like Tet, but I think you can get arguably a better player potentially in the second round with some of those guys that are going to be available that I just personally like a little bit more as a maybe not as high of a ceiling, but a safer pick overall. And these guys that I really think can elevate our trenches are still there. And you're now getting into that within trade range if you're hungry enough.
Well, and I think this squarely brings Emeka Egbuka into the Seahawks focus and makes him a real possibility. I'm not talking specifically at 18, but everything that you read and hear about this kid is he lines up so perfectly with what the Seahawks look for in players, not just the wide receiver position, but all across the board. A+ character, one of the hardest workers on the team, a guy that players want to follow. He grew up in the area. He wants to be a Seahawk. It could happen at 18. But I'm just saying that he's probably, as we sit here right now, the number 1 receiver on their draft board as they sit in that war room.
Is he number 1, or is Matthew Golden still on that board?
I think they would have Egbuka graded higher. I still do. And I think he just looks, we talked on the show. I think it's hard to keep it all straight the last couple of months, but there's a real Robert Woods comp there with Egbuka and potentially that type of player. And we saw what Woods did in that system, that scheme, playing for Sean McVay in LA.
Okay. So are the Saints taking Jackson Dart?
Wow.
Here's Ian Rappaport. The pick is in. They didn't waste any time. We aren't getting all there was reports leading up to the draft today that things were going to get crazy in the top 10. There's just been the one deal.
Yeah, no, this will be interesting. Do you take your quarterback here if you're, the Saints, or, do they believe that Derek Carr somehow comes back? Do they believe in some of the reports you saw this offseason that they have faith in Spencer Rattler?
Needs. They have so many needs. They have to, from a football practical standpoint, they're not picking up the 5th-year option on Trevor Penning. Ryan Ramczyk just retired. They nailed it.
That throws a big wrench in their plan. I could see them going with an O-lineman here.
I mean, Membu's still on the board. Kevin Banks is still on the board.
Membu is off the board, Dan. He went to the Jets.
Oh, he did. Jeez.
Yeah.
I'm already behind.
Calvin Banks is still available, though. Yep.
Probably high for Banks.
I think they go quarterback here. I don't know, man. I think
there's been very little buzz. There hasn't been a lot of reporting about whether or not Kellen Moore likes Sanders or Dart or has a preference?
Does Kellen Moore go with what he knows from his time in Philly and even his time in Dallas with build the offensive line?
Well, and you know which quarterback in this draft resembles Jalen Hurts the most. In fact, it's probably his best NFL comp is Jackson Dart. I mean, I think there's some real parallels in their games.
Yeah.
Where did Jalen Hurts go to college?
Oh, Alabama.
Well, yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right.
That's right. Where did he go to college last?
Where did he win a national championship? Alabama.
That's what counts now, right? Ward is a Hurricane.
Yeah.
Well,
this might be kind of the pivot point of this round.
Yep.
Kelvin Banks.
wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, you got to set yourself up for next year. And if I'm correct, isn't Kellen Moore's offensive coordinator Nussmeier's dad?
It is. Yep.
Yeah.
Doug Nussmeier.
So if you're the
Doug Nussmeier, I might add.
So if you're the Saints and Kellen Moore, it looks very clearly, hey, we got to get out of cap hell. We've got some nice pieces, and we'll see what we got next year if we can get ourselves in position for Manning, which I think we all agree won't come out unless something magical happens. Or you can possibly get his guy in Nussmeier, which would be a great fit. LSU, New Orleans, his dad. And now he's got some offensive line help if that's what ends up happening.
So this is
Could this
probably,
be the swing point?
if you are a Greg Zabel to Seattle truther, this is probably bad news.
Yes.
Because
I
if
look
Miami,
at Dallas, I look at Miami, and I go, one of those two could take him.
San Francisco, I would not be stunned if they went that route. It might be a little early. Is Warren here to the Bears?
it makes a lot of
I'm going
sense.
to throw an interesting wrinkle in here with San Francisco.
What's that?
What if Tyler Warren or Loveland goes there because of the
I'm gonna be devastated.
I'm just saying it's a real possibility. They have to start thinking about if they do pay Brock Purdy, you're gonna have to. And Kittle's had injury history issues. He's apparently going through a contract thing right now. Does it even at this point? Do you go? Could this pick here be Warren, and then, even though they got Cole Kmet, get another guy, and then could San Francisco take Loveland? I could see it because Shanahan likes his tight ends.
Now that the tackles are off the board, I think Ben Johnson's looking for another offensive weapon here. We know that they wanted to try and trade up for Ashton Genty. Do we get like a Jahmyr Gibbs shocker here? And does an Omarion Hampton maybe go?
I hope so.
This early? Or is it a Tyler Warren to really give him like that Sam Laporta kind of weapon that he had in Detroit? The pick's in.
Man, is the 49ers going to get Jalen Walker and he's just going to devastate us for the next few years? I've got my hard hat ready when this happens, and I'm going to freaking bang my head against something if the 49ers take one of those three guys.
I love you, Mike. Oh gosh, that's
49ers really need defensive line too, and there's been a lot of Walter Nolan buzz.
Please, nothing against Walter Nolan. He's going to be a good player, but please
I'm going to be
do that.
brutally honest. I think our top two tight ends in this draft go off in the next two picks. I don't know what order, but I just got a feeling that this is a sweet spot for both of them because both teams have a need there. They like the Bears have Clement, yes, but he's not an elite tight end. And I look at the San Francisco 49ers going, hey, look, if somehow Tyler Warren's there for us, he does a lot of the same stuff George Kittle did, but he's younger, and we can bring him in, and we've got our replacement right away for Kyle's system. And I will bang my head with you, Mike, if that somehow happens.
That Miami pick is lurking in 3 picks. I think that could tell us a lot about what's available for the Seahawks. Because in these next few picks, we've seen tons of speculation of, Indianapolis has kind of been the favorite Tyler Warren landing spot if he's not taken before then. Atlanta's going, it sounds like, one of the edge rushers. Mike Green's been mocked there a lot, but Michael Williams could be in play. If he's still on the board.
Okay, so that just gave me a nightmare, Dan.
We still have all
what
these.
What if it's not Jalen Walker? And what if San Francisco, Mike, takes Michael Williams to pair opposite of Bosa?
I mean, yeah. I mean, if Bosa's healthy, that's a real problem. No doubt about it.
Now you have Robert Saleh back there. as the DC.
That make a lot of sense
Which
for
is
them because there's so much depth at interior defensive tackle in this class. They could still circle back around and get one of those guys later.
Oh, frick.
That's arguably going to end up being one of the best underrated signings of the offseason was Saleh coming back to San Francisco.
Yeah, I didn't think he'd do it. I didn't think he'd go down that road again, honestly.
I think but you know what I think he's doing? Doing the same thing Dan Quinn did.
Yeah.
He's going to go back, be a DC with an experienced head coach,
Reset.
kill it for a bunch of years, and then come back as a head coach once he understands it to a better situation.
And it's a dumpster fire where he was anyways.
Yeah.
So, sometimes it's like, remember when Ben didn't leave right away, take a head coaching job? Like, sometimes grass isn't greener, even though you're getting that head coaching money. It's sometimes coordinator doesn't translate over to head coach, right? So,
okay, Bears, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Da Bears.
Oh yeah, Steve McMichael.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, passed away yesterday. God, that team was awesome.
That's the best 30 for 30, I think. Or it's at least one of the more underrated ones.
Yeah,
there's so many good. There's so many good.
I don't know that we'll ever have another team that ever has that kind of personality again. Like the LOB Seahawks got close to it, but like players change teams so often now. Like you don't
the
get
thing
that.
That was cool about that, Dan, is you had it on both sides of that team.
Yeah.
You had
man.
McMahon and Walter on the one side. You had Singletary and that group on the defense side. The Seahawks,
here we go.
Had the LOB, it was always defense.
Here we go.
Well,
like you had a little bit with Marshawn.
You had Marshawn, who was
right, but that was about it. You didn't have the thing about McMahon that was so cool was he was just I'm gonna chew tobacco and I don't give a crap and I'm just gonna go out there and sling the ball. Like he had such a demeanor to him, right?
The offense played with the same mentality that the defense did.
Trivia question: where did Jim McMahon win his second Super Bowl?
Green Bay.
Damn it, Mike. Damn.
Do you not think throwing it out there with the same side of the attitude? Well, do you not think that?
There we go. Got to get my typing fingers ready. Packer.
Oh wow.
Olston Loveland goes before
Warner.
I thought it could happen, man.
Yep.
So now
he's just an absolute stud route runner. He's got so much Kelsey to him.
Right down the middle.
Cole Kmet and Loveland.
And Roma Dunze.
Plus your receivers. Yeah, they're stacked.
And
their offensive line.
This is
don't forget they rebuilt that with free agency in one of the best ways possible.
Yeah. That is the most Idaho-looking house I've ever seen.
I really thought
they nailed it.
If Loveland had gotten to 18, I think he really would have been in play for Seattle.
Oh, for sure.
Wow.
Goes before Tyler Warren. Probably because they have Kmet's kind of that two-way tight end. Like he
can block.
Inline blocker.
Yeah.
Like
oh my gosh. Kittle and Warren. I can't.
Oh, crap.
Kittle and Warren, I can't do this. The pick is in. It's already in. They know it. They know who they want. Their guy fell to them. It's either it's Walker or Warren.
It's Warren, it's Michael Williams, or it's Walker.
I'd rather see
one of those three.
Warren,
I am going to just mute myself because I'm going to yell.
Well, they're gonna take somebody.
If just take a breath, okay? That team has massive cash issues.
Yeah,
massive roster holes.
Mm-hmm.
One player isn't going to change what's happening there.
No, but it's one really good player, and it's just that history of the Niners getting freaking lucky because they suck at the right time.
I'd be more worried if they add a stud defender. I'd be worried about them building that defense kind of.
That's where I'm worried. If they get Williams or Walker, I'm going, of course, they end up sucking at the right time, just like they ended up sucking that year, Bosa or whatever, Garoppolo blew out his knee, and they ended up with Joey Bosa. Like they always seem, the Niners, yes, I agree, Dan, they have cap issues, but they always suck at the right time for the draft to line up for them, and then it falls their way. It's like they got a horseshoe buried where the sun don't shine.
4th place schedule, and they get the AFC and NFC South this year. If they are healthy, they are probably my favorite to go to the Super Bowl, to bounce back if they're healthy in a one last run with this group.
Hey, look, I mean, that's the thing though, right? You talk about us been middling for so many years. That's the thing. We can't complain. We're sitting at 18 because we've just been in this state for so long. So now we got to watch the Niners. They're going to grab a good player. I'd rather see them get Warren, though. I agree, than getting some defensive stud.
I think it's just as likely that they turn that card in so quickly because a guy like Jalen Walker, Michael Williams, Walter Nolan, like one of those defenders that they really like, they might not have thought, kind of like the Seahawks last year at 16 with Murphy, they might not have thought there was any chance they'd be sitting at 11 and they'd have all those guys at their disposal.
True.
Here's another small tidbit. Guess who fell out of the top 10? Shedeur Sanders.
But are we surprised at that?
No, but if you think about where this draft process started, everyone assumed he was going to be a top 10 pick.
Yeah.
And you also just look at his stats and honestly how well he played this year. Like it's pretty wild.
Well, I mean, how much does Dion have to play with that though, right? That extra baggage that comes along with it, right? I mean,
I think it's more about the tape.
Well, for sure. But also
his name isn't Sanders. If his name isn't Sanders, I don't think he's ever talked about as a first round pick.
Well,
but like how much of that is the offensive line too?
Yeah.
Right. And also this quarterback class too, right? Like you said, Mike, if Cam Ward was in last year's draft, does he go ahead of Nix, right? So that's, where does Sanders go in last year's draft, right?
Let's take advantage of this commercial break here to show, well, actually, let's wait until this pick is in because we're going to get it right after the commercial break. And then I'll show a couple of the lists that we put together, a couple of our stick and pick lists as we start to get closer to 18. It's getting pretty excited. You guys nervous or excited still at this point?
Excited.
I'm wearing a hard hat. I'm not doing so hot.
I'm with Mike on this. I want to see what happens in the next 3 picks.
I've spent the last 3 months being so excited because this class is so level talent wise, and
right.
There's so many options. You can't really go wrong. And then I woke up today and it was like, I don't know, the ghosts of drafts past for the Seahawks or something, where I'm just like, I'm going to watch Goodell walk up to the podium. I'm going to be looking at his lips to see what the first syllable is, and it's not going to be a player I'm happy with.
I just want to see an overall draft for the Hawks. So,
right.
like we all focus on the first pick, the first round, but as we know, it's 7 rounds and they have a lot of picks in the top 100. So what do they do after today? And how, after the first round is announced, and then how do they play it from there? Because even last year, it's yet to be determined. You can't judge it after 1 year, but you got Murphy, but then you say, okay, how does the rest of the draft look, and so that's how I want to look. I just at 18, expectations are like, there's a lot of players that are going to be ahead of you that you're going to miss out on. So for me, I'm just kind of sitting back and seeing what they do. I just think because there's different needs here that, we still don't know, even if certain guys are there, are they going to go defensive side or offensive side, right? Even it's a few of the guys we mentioned.
Well, and even when it comes time to show these lists here in a minute, like there's some players that my first reaction wouldn't be one of joy if we select them, but then I'll immediately reconcile that with, I have more faith maybe this year than ever that it's not just the GM and the head coach making the decisions, that, that offensive staff that they brought in this year and all the experience they have, they're heavily involved in the process. And then Mike McDonald being the defensive guru he is, that any pick they make, even if it's a guy that I'm not really enamored with just because of my own evaluation or things that I've heard about him, be like, okay, as long as they have conviction about that player, they have a plan for him. Like, I trust this staff. It's a lot of experience working for him. John Lynch looks too happy.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of options here for him. So that's the thing.
Yeah. They're sitting in a pretty good spot.
Oh crap.
Hey, let's just hope
I think Jalen Walker makes a ton of sense. They lost.
Boy.
He does.
Oh crap. This is just I don't know. I think it's Walker or it's freaking Williams. I'm just oh crap.
Do either of those players transform their defense and make it like overnight?
No, but what I'll say this is if you take Michael Williams and you add him, the one thing that always caused us problems is when Bosa, you couldn't solely focus on him as much.
When they had Armstead.
When they had Buckner, and when they had, even D Ford off the edge at points and stuff like that. Like, you add another edge in that's actually a good edge. Bosa now gets more one-on-one and ability for him to, again, in a Robert Saleh defense, who's used to it get to do these things. This is
Yeah, I think they go edge for sure.
oh crap.
Corey, thanks for becoming a member. Good to see you.
Corey.
What's up, Corey?
Oh boy.
All right, here we go.
Who are we clapping for? I have it on mute, so
America.
fair enough. Fair enough. How's that hard hat feel there, Mike?
Oh, it's gonna feel not too good for you, bud.
This is what kind of annoys me about the first round. It takes the teams 30 seconds to decide on the pick, and then it takes them 15 minutes to announce it.
Yep.
Here we go.
Drama.
Yeah, it's fan experience.
That
would be.
I can live with this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man. I mean,
Hold on.
Sorry, Bryce.
I
Yeah.
I'm gonna lightly put it down.
Edge out of Georgia, who the Seahawks had in for a 30 visit. I think he's a guy that was likely high on their board. Another A+ character, guy that's in the locker room. Better run defender at this point in his career than a pass rusher, but he just looks like one of those guys that if you went to a lab and created an edge player, right? It's that dude.
But here's the thing that I'll say about this is you're sending him to a team with a D-line coach that knows how to get these guys going. 1, 2, he does not have the pressure on him to be the sole pass rusher.
Yeah.
So for him to get his pass rushing skill set up and, learning from one of the best in the NFL, it could just be a nice smooth transition for the Niners in one aspect. On the other side of the ball, instead of on offense, from Bosa at some point to Michael Williams.
All right, let's get into. We're getting pretty close now. The Seahawks are now 7 picks away. First of all, thanks for the super thanks from Shane Turner. Congratulations,
Congratulations, Dan.
Give myself a little.
Yeah, dude.
oh, congrats, buddy.
There we go. That's my first round draft pick.
Definitely.
Elite. She's an elite prospect, blue chipper. Yeah, great value. She'll have a no trade clause in her contract.
Is that written in?
Yeah. All right. So let's do this. Let's go to your guys. This is your stick and pick list that you gave me. Let me get rid of this banner here for a second. So 3 of them are gone. So we're talking, we have 7 picks left. Jalen Walker, who we've talked about, but Jahdae Barron. So he's a guy that you would like at 18.
Yeah, I would for sure.
And then mine is long.
Yeah. Holy.
There were so many players I could, but a bunch of these guys have been taken, right? So obviously Loveland's gone. Kenneth Grant has been my preferred choice at 18 all along. He was a guy I put in my final mock draft, where last year I was right with the Murphy pick. Will Johnson, although I did this list,
We got a surprise.
we got
a surprise pick from Dallas.
okay.
I will wait for it to be announced, but it just got leaked.
I'm gonna guess. Hold on.
Our buddy Jeff is probably pretty heartbroken.
Because he wanted the Seahawks to take him?
It's a guy I know that Jeff likes very much.
Is it a running back?
Let Dan get through this, and then we'll go back to it.
Oh,
Right.
This makes a ton of sense for them.
Yeah.
Tyler Booker.
Hang on a second here. Boy, they wasted no time.
He's fired up.
It's exactly into Schottenheimer's scheme.
Exactly. Yep.
Head
He
coach.
is-
Shoddy.
You think about what Shoddy was able to do with Apati, just in Seattle for reference, with Apati and DJ Fluker. He's getting in my opinion, the better version of Fluker and DJ Fluker in the NFL
look at him.
draft.
He's
That's
pumped.
awesome, man.
Oh,
That's
he's pumped.
awesome.
He is amped.
Hey, the way he's moving, like he can play outside zone. The way he
Yeah.
the way he just ran down that.
Won't have to worry about it with Brian Schottenheimer. It's going to be go smash mouth football downhill.
Yeah, elite leader, right? All those other intangibles that we talked about. Like again,
Okay.
though, that's
So now what happens with Miami?
they're on the clock now. So this is kind of the turning point for the Seahawks.
Does Seattle trade up? Does Seattle try and snipe Indianapolis for Warren?
Ooh.
There's been reports Seattle, I believe Brady Henderson said they like the tight ends. Now, is that the second round tight ends, or is that holy shit, Tyler Warren is here?
They did have
is it holy shit Tyler Warren's here? Is it holy shit Tyler Warren and Jalen Walker are here?
Or is it holy shit Tyler Warren's still available, and so Miami's going to take him instead of Gray Zabel, which then would put the Bengals squarely on the clock as a team that they're looking hard at offensive line as well.
Can I throw one other wrinkle in here potentially?
Yeah.
What about Atlanta for Gray Zabel because they lost Drew Dahlman?
Maybe it's just that everything that's been reported over the last couple of months is edge for them.
Yeah, there's no way Jalen Walker in their backyard gets away from. I'll be honest, guys. I would trade up for either of those two right now.
When was the last time Seattle's traded up?
Never in the first
probably
round under John Schneider. He's never done it.
Yeah,
never done it.
So I don't see it.
Yeah. Wow, it's getting interesting.
Did any of you guys ever think either of those two guys would still be here at 13?
What you mean, Walker and Warren?
Yeah,
I didn't think Walker would be.
I've kind of been Walker. I've seen because there's just mixed opinions on role, right?
Tweener.
Yeah, but not Warren.
Could Miami go with Warren though, because they don't really have a tight end down there for Tua?
Potentially, yeah.
But you guys could be onto something. Like if teams know that Indianapolis loves Warren and he's been the most mocked player to them this whole process, maybe a team tries to move up, but then how far is Miami going to be willing to move down and potentially miss out on one of those other lines?
So 18 to 13 is obviously pick 18. It's a third round this year and probably a third or fourth next year. That's the cost. And I don't know about you guys. I would do that. Now, is Miami willing to fall back 5 picks? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I would definitely give up 92 in next year's third if I knew I could get Tyler Warren or Jalen Walker. Either of those guys are perfect fits for Kubiak and Mike McDonald.
4 minutes left on the clock, and Wes put it
no
in
pick
there
is
too.
in.
No pick is in.
Oh, they're for sure getting phone calls.
Yeah.
And
which is probably going to jack the price up.
If Miami didn't want to dip into next year, 98 and 116 is a pretty even match as well.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody?
Now, I'm just going to say this. What happens in this scenario where the Rams end up getting Jackson Dart because of the way this board is falling?
I'm fine with that.
That's the one quarterback I don't want to see go there.
Yeah,
because I think it's just going to be a nightmare for us.
Yeah, I've been saying to Miami LA for a while. It just makes too much sense, and I think they would do it at 26. I mean, Stafford's basically year to year now, right?
Mm-hmm. Pick is in. Right.
Okay, so no one jumped up.
God, we've only had the one trade.
It was a big one though. Jeez.
Maybe it's going to knock some things loose later. Maybe by the time Seattle gets to 18, there will be some opportunities there, or maybe there will just be a really great player.
I actually thought LA was going to re-sign Baker a couple years back there when there was talk to Stafford. So just because he came off the plane and balled those last couple of games, but Dart would make a lot of sense. Seems like he could be a McVay guy, but what about Pittsburgh?
Just to go back to my stick and pick list here. So Grant still left, Johnson still left, Shamar Stewart still left. I think there's been quite a bit of there had been quite a bit of Stewart to Dallas buzz. Now that they've gone a different direction, we'll see where he ends up. Jahan Campbell still on the list. Gray Zabel, Derek Harmon. It's been whittled by about half. And then again, this list was made before, now there's kind of some late information that maybe Derek Harmon has a medical thing he's been flagged for, and that might push him down the board as well too. So I might have hesitated to put him there. And then you guys also have, you've got a trade back list too. Some guys that you like, but you're not really comfortable with them at 18. I do too. So when we get there, when we get closer, we'll put that one up. Oh, this is getting, there's so many.
It's been fun so far because the board's fallen away. It usually doesn't for the Seahawks.
Yeah. They got lucky last year. that all the quarterbacks and all it was all offense until the pick before him at Indianapolis, and they went with the kid from UCLA, and so they end up getting the guy they wanted and that they didn't think they'd necessarily get. They might be in a similar situation now. They might be looking at their board right now going, okay, wait a minute. How is that guy still there?
On another just side note, not completely off the draft, but man, I feel like the Mike McDonald effect has really hit the VMAC. Like John Schneider is looking like he's in shape now. And for a point in time there with Pete, John kind of, I think, let himself go to an extent. And he's really like, just looking at the photos right now inside the draft room, like I wouldn't want to mess with John Schneider. Like he looks like he's got some, muscles back and some build to him.
Well, after his radio show today, which wrapped up about 4:30, they're like, well, what do you do now? You got anything going on tonight? Being all funny or whatever. And he said he was going to hit the gym before he went to the war room.
Good for him.
I haven't even checked their website. Do they have a war room cam this year at the VMAC? They didn't last year. I
didn't see one. No,
I would have been shocked this year with all the picks they have. They don't want to be seen on the phone or whatever. And
so what do we do? Do the Dolphins, on another note, do they potentially try and fill Christian Wilkinson's departure on that D line?
Nolan?
Nolan or Kenneth Grant? Like we talk about Kenneth Grant at 18 to Seattle. Like, is that someone they look at? Like
maybe
we're thinking offense because of Mike McDaniel, but Christian Wilkins leaving that defensive line really messed it up.
Could they be an Omarion Hampton team, or it just seems like Warren would make a ton of sense for them right here. But yet they're not. They must not be convicted on him because they took their entire allotment of time. Like they were obviously putting some thought into the pick and maybe taking calls.
Well, there's the pick.
All right. Wow.
Who? What? Oh, shit. Oh.
Look away, Dan.
Oh, there's my guy.
Shit. He was my guy, too, in my mock.
At 13.
Wow.
And I had people in my mocks, as I did them consistently over the last 2 months, tell me that was too high for Grant. But you called it. Bryce, you called it.
Mm-hmm.
I just honestly thought, because we were thinking about McDaniels and offense, and I'm going, they haven't because I actually pulled back to what you said, Dan, about Wilkins with the Raiders, and I was like, that was something they struggled with last year. Like, they could not stop the run up the middle in Miami.
Ironically,
Indianapolis already has the pick in.
We know who they're taking.
It's Tyler Warren. I'm just going to go ahead and type in the banner. But this may have, if you're ironically the Seahawks taking the guy that I've been mocking to them for months, who I would be certain had a high draft grade for them, and they're probably taking him off the top of their board right now, may ultimately result, if the reports about Gray Zabel are true, in pushing Zabel down to Seattle. And now our eye is on the Bengals at 17. If you're Seattle, and Schneider name dropped a couple of guys, he was asked today, are there certain GMs in the league that you work better with, that you have a better rapport with? And one of the guys he mentioned, Howie Roseman was the first guy, but Monty Austinfort was another guy. And we know that Austinfort loves to trade down. And even though it's in the division, like, would Seattle call Arizona or even Atlanta if Zabel's the guy they really want, to make sure that they get in front of Cincinnati, because he could truly be in play there for them? This has to be Tyler Warren. And then
that's tough, man. That's tough to see him get that close. And man.
I mean, I'm validated because.
But if you're okay, so I agree. If you're Miami, though, does Kenneth Grant go to Atlanta, Arizona, or Cincinnati? I don't think so. So could you have done a trade and still gotten Kenneth Grant?
Maybe.
And they must have gotten spooked by Arizona, I bet.
Yeah, Arizona definitely needs defensive line help. But you got to be thinking, and now Atlanta's going to be on the clock next, and all the, like, 90% of the mock drafts I've seen in the last 2 months had Mike Green going there, a lot of strong connections. I see a lot of James Pierce there as well. Like Jalen Walker's kind of the slam dunk pick there now, I would think, and that pushes those other guys down the board.
True. Poor Tyler Warren's going to have freaking Anthony Richardson as his quarterback, or Daniel Jones.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What are you guys streaming this on?
But you know what that gives him an opportunity to do more of? Wildcat.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, I just got it. There's the official one. Yep. I'm on YouTube TV on ABC.
Okay.
He's going to be playing.
I'm getting these picks coming a little bit.
He's going to be playing a lot of Wildcat quarterback in Indianapolis.
Yes, he is.
Imagine being at 14, though, and for 3 months, nobody ever mocked any players to you other than Tyler Warren, and it actually ends up working out that way.
Yeah.
So now you start looking. We're 4 picks away. Atlanta's going defense.
Yeah, Jalen Walker. Got to be, right?
Has to be. Arizona's going defense, although...
keep an eye on Egbuka here for Arizona.
Could it be Mike Green to Atlanta?
Put a couple of Buckeyes together. Yeah, it could be any of those pass rushers. It could be Mike Green.
James Pierce Jr. Like, those guys are still on the board.
Yeah. So it's Cincinnati really is the team that could, if the Seahawks are thinking about going.
Think of it this way. Like, we're still talking about Will Johnson being on the board and Malachi Starks and some of these other guys, right? Like, they're still there.
Absolutely.
Jade Barron.
Shamar Stewart.
I could see Walter Nolan being high on Arizona's board.
Here's the thing. We talked about Kenneth Grant going really high, right? We talked about, wow, we were shocked he goes at, 13. If Zabel somehow gets taken off here and gets picked, is there really anything that stops Seattle from taking Donovan Jackson?
No, I don't think that would be. I talked about this a little bit on Twitter today. Like, I've removed the word reach from my scouting vocabulary, and it in particular with this draft class. You're at a point now, once you get past those first 3 or 4, where from here to probably the back of the second round, there's no such thing as a reach.
Well, it was interesting. I was looking, Brady Henderson retweeted something that John said today. He goes, thought this was an enlightening answer from John Schneider to a good question from Bob on a show. What do they consider a reach? John said picking someone at 18 that they rate at 24 wouldn't really be one. Nope. But someone they rate at 35 and 40 would be a reach at 18.
Right. He said they only grade by round. They don't grade by pick selection within the round. They just he's a first rounder, second rounder, third rounder, fourth rounder on our board. So he only considers it a reach if a team takes a player a full round ahead of where they have him graded. Oh, okay. So it's not in the stadium. It is all they just showed.
It's outside. It's in, I think, their parking lot area. That's like where their practice field and stuff is off to the side.
Yeah.
It looks pretty lame compared to years past. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Well, Detroit looked awesome last year.
Nashville was cool.
Nashville was the one I was going to say was the one that was the coolest.
Well, the cool thing about Detroit too is just that city's just reviving, right? Like it's on the comeback too, right? So it was kind of cool for them to showcase that. But talking about Seattle, I mean, you'd almost have to have it in the stadium, right? I mean, what do you guys think? They're just you don't have the big parking
T-Mobile.
Well, no, we talked about that.
You don't have an area around it.
That's what I'm saying. So you don't
That's where I said climate pledge.
Yeah, that area in front just isn't quite big enough.
You'd have to
climate pledge would be interesting because you have that whole ground area where you've got the EMP, or what was the EMP? I don't know what it's called now.
Because in Detroit and even in Kansas City, it wasn't at the stadium at all, was it? It was downtown somewhere.
Downtown.
I think you're right. You'd want it under the Space Needle, the big fountain there and everything.
That's a huge thing. You'd have the ocean kind of in the area. Like it's either, in my opinion, you're either doing it at Climate Pledge if they were to do it, or you're doing it at Husky Stadium there with the water backdrop.
Yeah. Where was the expansion draft at when ESPN did that with
wasn't it
Fowler?
Wasn't it Gasworks Park?
I'm not sure. I don't know how big or popular that was, but
Yeah, I guess the only problem, when you do it in the stadiums, it's usually everybody's on level ground on the draft kind of thing, right? Like it's kind of that party in the
Your
stand.
stage is above it, yeah.
Yeah, whereas like now you got guys in the upper deck. I think it's a weird feel for them, probably.
That's why I feel like climate pillage could be really, really interesting.
So Brian Brower says, keep an eye on Nolan and Will Johnson. Those were on the top 5 on the Hawks board. I don't know how you would know that. Nobody knows who's on top of their board. I don't see Walter Nolan as being a Seahawk at all. Major question marks about his not
Injuries.
necessarily like his kind of hit and miss work ethic, a little bit of entitlement, a little bit of a personality issue that Texas A&M, like those guys, were not sad to see him go. Reportedly. I don't think Walter Nolan is in play at all.
So here's a question. If they take Will Johnson or Jaheed Barron, does Reek Woolen actually become a viable trading piece for another day 2 pick tomorrow?
I think that's when we'll know, kind of depending on how this cornerback class is. There's a couple guys at the top, but there's so much uncertainty in it that if there's a team that's in love with
that cliff.
Yeah. Shane's already starting to think about that Giants deal, trading all the way out of the first round. If Zabel were to go before 18, I think a trade down could be really, really in play, because all those other guys on our list, the stick and pick list, if we put the two of them together, like they can move back 5, 6, 7, 8 picks and still have a shot at a bunch of these guys we're talking about. John McGrath says, I don't buy into the concerns regarding Green, never been proven past baseless allegations. True, but there's also been 0 connections between Mike Green and the Seahawks.
Wow. Okay, so just a note here. The Falcons are under a minute now without a pick is in. At least on my thing.
Are they on the phone with Seattle?
Same.
Are they on the phone with Seattle?
Do you guys think the tweener stuff with Walker is the main reason why?
Maybe, but I don't think Mike McDonald would think twice about that. I think
he's done it with the ideal tweener and Kyle Hamilton.
Right, exactly.
Let's go to, let me just check this out real quick here. So,
Falcons down to the minute took the pick.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they did. The pick is in. I'm still showing 38 seconds left.
Yeah, pick is in. So I'm sorry, Dan. I'm like maybe a few seconds ahead of you then.
Okay.
I think I'm ahead. I think I'm way ahead of you guys.
Probably because I'm watching. What are you watching?
I'm on.
Ryan
Dazzin.
already knows the Seahawks pick.
Yeah, we're already at 18, guys. Yeah, you guys are gonna be in for a shocker. But no, I'm on Dazzin.
So am I. I'm just like
we're probably the same.
I would not be surprised if part of that delay was the Seahawks are on the phone to Atlanta. You have to believe Jalen Walker would be really high on their board. So, Mike Green's been the connection in Atlanta. There's been some James Pierce talk, but what about Shamar Stewart there?
Yeah.
I feel like the Falcons have been looking for D-line and edge help and impact for a long time.
I don't see the Falcons passing on a guy like Jalen Walker. Like he's just
out.
You can't. If you do, especially Raheem Morris being your defensive coordinator, head coach, like you're giving him a guy that now he because who was there last year when we played them? The guy we were so worried about Mike Jarrell taking on was Matthew Judon. They didn't have anybody else on the D-line to actually scare us. So you can't, when you have guys that have potential character concerns in Mike Green, James Pierce, Shamar Stewart doesn't have the production yet. Go get an elite prospect that we all had, like Daniel Jeremiah. He was 5 on his top prospect board. The guy's sitting here at 15. You can't miss him. You have to take him because it's an area of need for you too. Like this is where best player available and need match for the Falcons.
Yeah, that's what Jeremiah is talking about right now. Plus, you talk about, the culture setting aspect of it. Like he's just one of those guys that's universally thought of as just a guy that really impacts the personality and the identity of your team.
Yeah.
It just made too much sense.
It made way too much sense. You get a homegrown talent in Georgia, stay in Georgia. Like you look at the film right now that they're showing on NFL Network, like that is going to cause problems. And the one thing in that division, you're talking about Bryce Young, you're talking about a uncertain quarterback situation with the Saints, and they just added their left tackle in Calvin Banks, who guess who's had a lot of work against? Jalen Walker's had a lot of work against Calvin Banks. Like it made way too much sense.
Wow, it's kind of similar in the way he's built and the way that Georgia used him to Nolan Smith. I like him a lot more than I liked Nolan Smith coming out.
So most linebackers and D linemen drafted in the last 8 seasons or 8 drafts has been Georgia. Well, the kid's lucky. He doesn't have to change too many colors for his cleats and swag. It's pretty much the same color scheme.
So now this is Crazy Loner says, is Jihad Campbell going to drop to us? Looks like it. I don't know if dropping is the right term.
No, he dropped because of his shoulder. He's going to be around 2 guys.
I think he's been out of the top 18 for quite a while now because it doesn't sound like he would be ready by training camp. You know, John keeps saying Mike Green. I just don't. It'd be the ultimate in subterfuge because there have been no connections. There was no 30 visit. There was no combine interview. Every team gets to meet with every prospect at the Senior Bowl and that speed dating kind of set up. So they would have had a few minutes with him there. But with Seattle's history, and to me, if they had any interest in Mike Green, they meet with him. That's how they do things. They would have brought him in the building. They did it with Jalen Carter at the last minute 2 years ago.
Yep. Right.
Just to make sure. And it didn't go well enough for them to select him at 5. I don't think Mike Green's on their board. I really don't.
Was Will Johnson the last person for a 30 visit?
He was.
Do we know? No.
Very similar to when we picked Devin Witherspoon, actually, because he was very late in that process too. Was the heat of Devin Witherspoon.
Hey guys, the other thing is I'd kind of early in the process, I was in on this guy heavily, and then I kind of got away from it. I thought he was going to go earlier. We haven't talked enough about Shamar Stewart. Like, if Mike McDonald looks at Shamar Stewart and he's watching his team, he might see a little bit of Jadeveon Clowney, and who resurrected Jadeveon Clowney's career, right? Got the most out of him, got him back on track.
Right.
But can Shamar Stewart play on in a 3-4 on the edge is my question. He's more to me of a 4-3 edge.
Yeah, who is he? He played at 290. He was 281 at the Senior Bowl. He was 267 at the Combine.
And what thing that scares me about that is that was the same thing that kind of bounced around for Mike Morris. And I get he's a better athlete, don't get me wrong, but that fluctuation constantly is I don't know what teams want me to play as. And that's just it's one thing now where I'm very interested to see. And there's a lot of this first round did not go how I expected. There were a lot of guys that went to different teams that I was not expecting. And this is kind of interesting that it's fallen this way for Seattle. Okay. Let's see what we get here because I'm terrified of Cincinnati.
Yeah, I think ZELLE is fully in play for the Bengals.
This is also where I think John's got his trade back potential coming.
But here's the other thing. The Bengals need edge big time. And so if Arizona goes a different direction here, I mean,
so here's the other thing.
Mike Green, Shamar Stewart, Donovan Ezeraku, James Pierce, Nick Scorton, most of the edges are still going to be left there for the Bengals if they want to get in on that with Sam Hubbard retired. They haven't reached a new deal with Trey Hendrickson yet. He's not happy.
So here's the interesting thing. There is no inclination now for Pittsburgh to trade.
No.
Because they don't have to come up for a quarterback.
Nope.
Tampa Bay and Denver in front of them, they're not getting a quarterback. They don't need one.
Unless Cleveland or New York comes all the way up in front.
All the way up is the only concern. But nobody in the rest of this first round needs a quarterback.
Yeah. Hey, remember when Tyler Shuck was mocked 7th to the Jets? Remember those days? Remember when we were going to have 4 quarterbacks taken in the first round?
No kidding.
Okay, yeah. Arizona sticks and picks, but it seems like they were probably working the phones too. Nobody is willing to pay the freight in this class to move up because the talent discrepancy just isn't there. The last 3 teams have kind of used all of their time. So clearly exploring potential trade downs. There just haven't been any. I think they go defensive line here. I think it's Nolan or maybe a Mike Green.
So yeah, on ABC, they're doing a live look in on Barron, and he is not on the phone with anyone.
Oh, that's
I
good.
just wonder, like, Tony,
I just got, picks in.
So if they go with Nolan, it's their redemption on missing on Robert Ndijke.
Well, you have to pair Nolan with your premier defensive lineman and LJ Collier.
Absolutely. You got to get those double teams off of LJ.
I like how Roger's rocking the white tennies with his
Did you see how he came into the draft this year?
Yeah.
On the bicycle? That was awesome.
What was that about?
All right, Walter Nolan.
Oh boy.
This is
All
good.
right.
This is good, guys.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it really is, because I think edge is the one position where Cincinnati might go over because of the value. Look, John Schneider is not the only executive out there who has said on the record that interior offensive linemen, usually the value isn't there for them in the middle to the upper part of the first round. It's why the best centers and guards in most drafts tend to go in the back half of the first round. So if you're Cincinnati and you have equal needs there and you have all those guys, they didn't expect Mike Green or Shamar Stewart to still be there, I don't think.
The fact
so
that
if Cincinnati
Barron
goes edge, I know. You know me, Bryce. Barron, I believe, is my number one guy on my stick and pick.
As a potential guy. Like, this is huge. You've got commercial time down here, so do you want to get into more of these starred chats you've got?
Yeah, we got some new ones here. We're caught up on starred chats. But let's do this. Let's go to here's your guys' list of players that you like, but you would prefer to, let me get rid of this banner. You'd prefer to trade back just for the value, the 2 offensive linemen, the 2 guards, although Donovan Jackson can play some tackle too, with Jackson and Zabel, Jahad Campbell. We talked about him a little bit, Emeka Ibuka, and then Malachi Starks, who could be the wild card in this whole thing. I know there's a lot of Nick Emenwari love out there among the fan base. I have not been as bullish on Emenwari. I just don't see. I think the traits and the size have kind of romanticized his profile a little bit. I just don't see the player that matches up to that. And then there's also some indication, some anonymous scouting quotes about how he just has a kind of an odd personality, that sometimes there's a little bit of entitlement there, that if he's all in and he agrees with what you're doing, he's 100% on board. But if he's not, then he kind of blows the room up a little bit. Malachi Starks, though, is a guy that's the exact opposite of that. Just another one of those Georgia guys. Awesome A+ character, great locker room dude, and a chess piece that Mike McDonald could move around. I'm not big on safety value at this point in the draft, but I could absolutely see Starks being in play here at 18.
If I'm looking at 18, DB wise, it's Barron or Starks. That's the 2 guys on my list. Like, it's not Emenwari, it's not Will Johnson, it's Barron or Starks, because I didn't expect Barron to be here.
Could you imagine if Barron and Spoon, with their versatility, are on the field together? Yeah, where are they lining up? Like, the quarterbacks will have to keep an eye on both of those guys at every point. And maybe that puts Spoon or Woolen in a better spot to succeed, or it, like you said, it makes him more of an enticing target for someone to come and trade a 3rd-round pick for.
I think it's pretty obvious that those reports, Albert Breer this week saying that there's some concerns with Will Johnson's knee, which is interesting because it was the knee 2 years ago that he had injured, and then it was a turf toe injury last year that caused him to miss out the season. But that there might be some, and it seems like we have 1 or 2 prospects like this every year. I know Tajay Spears was in this bucket a couple of years ago, where it's like, well, he can probably give you a couple good years, but there might be some degenerative or some long-term issues with that knee, because there's no scenario if Will Johnson checks out on his medicals 100% where he's still on the board here at 16.
Yeah. With Cincinnati, if they go edge, does that mean Trey Hendrickson gets traded tomorrow? Do you guys think?
I don't know, because you need another one. Like with
I just don't know how they're going to afford him. Is he going to play?
Retired.
I don't know.
Is he going to play for them if he doesn't get a contract though?
Like, Cincinnati's one of the most stubborn organizations out there. Like, they might just take this thing all the way up kind of to training camp if they have to. Here's my trade back list of guys that I really like. I do have Emin Wari on the list, but only because I don't like him at 18. And also he fits into that category for me of if Mike McDonald endorses this guy and signs off on him as the pick, then I'm going to accept it because he has a plan for him, right? And then starts Ibuka, Jackson, Ezeraku.
Let's be honest here. If you're Cincinnati Bengals, if you do take an edge, who is that edge you're taking? Is it Shamar Stewart? Is it Mike Green? Is it James Pierce?
I think Donovan Ezeraku's in the conversation too.
Yeah.
He gives you something different than Hendrickson. A+ character, like work ethic, no questions about him.
I think they might go. Here's the thing with the Bengals, and we know this. They like their traitsy guys.
Yeah.
Right? They like the guys that, and that's where I look at Shamar Stewart. Yes, he has another production, but he's all traitsy, right? Like he's all, he's got the arms, the testing, and everything is so good. I could just see them leaning into that. And if they do, then I do think it makes Trey Hendrickson expendable because the Bengals could look at it and go, hey, can we move back up in round 2 and get another one of these edges?
Ian Rappaport is reporting right now on NFL Network that the Seattle Seahawks would like to get out of the 18th pick.
Wow.
Well, so would I, but that doesn't mean it's going to happen.
Right. Yeah. There's clearly nobody willing to come up to this point anyway.
Unless that Browns, here we are 2 hours later, unless that Browns and Giants war chest comes a calling.
Yeah, because
which might make Pittsburgh have to get engaged as well.
Yeah, you start to look at teams behind him. Denver, I think this is where some of the running backs come into play since both the tight ends are gone. I think Omarion Hampton would make a ton of sense there at 20 for Denver. Pittsburgh, we're going to be talking about quarterback. So, where's Tampa Bay at? And it was interesting to hear Schneider talk on his radio show today, too, about how he and Jason Licht are very close. They did a podcast with Mike Tannenbaum together recently. They're good friends. And he said all the way through the draft, we're right in front of them. So he said, normally, if there's a gap, he said, we're talking about guys. Who do you like? Who are you thinking about taking? He said, we can't talk about shit this year. All right, the pick's in. I think you're onto something there. Michael, was it you who said they like their traitsy guys and their long guys? Shamar Stewart makes a ton of sense here.
That was me, Dan.
Okay, that was you. Want to give credit where credit's due. Stewart or
it's Stewart or Green.
Pick is in.
I could see Jahad Campbell being the pick here too if there were no concerns about his shoulder, but
yes.
Maybe Joe Burrow asks for another wide receiver.
Matthew Golden right here. Shamar Stewart.
No, they're going edge. There you go. The freak.
So, guys, we're getting into some dicey territory here. And you know why?
I need my hard hat.
Because we're sitting here at 18 and Grey Zabel is on the board. So everyone I would say 80% of the Seahawks fan base right now is thinking, this is it. Matt Miller said that it was MacMillan or Zabel. Zabel's sitting there. But here's Rappaport saying they want to move down. Is that because they think they can get Zabel a little bit later? Or is it because they just don't really like the value at 18 and they just want to pick up extra assets?
I don't think anyone has a clue.
Let's talk about this, okay? In advance of the pick, if it's not Grey Zabel, I'm looking at you, Seahawk fans. It's okay. There are other guards that can start as rookies and elevate the play of this line that you can get a little bit later, either by moving back or even in the second round. You can get Donovan Jackson. You can get Tate Ratledge, like all the usual suspects. We've talked about a ton of these guys, right? It's not Grey Zabel bust. Grey Zabel is not the only ingredient missing in a good offensive line.
Oh, this is going to get interesting.
But if it is Zabel, I've got some video and a graphic put together, so that would actually be pretty cool.
I'm watching Brady Henderson on social media, and there's nothing yet.
Nothing.
I think.
Who do you guys want? Who do you guys want if they stay? Who do you guys want right now?
Oh, my guy Grant's gone. Gonna put me on the spot. Honestly, if they're stuck at 18 right here, I'll give you 3 names: Grey Zabel, Donovan Ezeraku, Emeka Ibuka. Those are my 3.
Okay.
Oh, Malachi Starks. Sorry, 4.
Malachi, yeah.
I think Starks could really, really, really be in play here.
Yeah.
I'd
say Malachi and Zabel for me.
I've got 4. So I've got Zabel. Zabel's 1. Starks is 2. Barron's 3.
Okay.
Ezeraku is 4.
The Seahawks are open and moving back. So are the Buccaneers. Could someone come up for a quarterback? So maybe you do that Pittsburgh move. I think that on the trade chart, if Pittsburgh just wants to make sure it's a 4th round.
Pick is in, guys. The pick is in.
Okay.
So no trade.
Give me Barron, Zabel, Golden.
Yeah.
Starks. Barron, Zabel, Golden, Starks. That would be my 4. I'm sorry, Will Howard, actually.
Wow.
All right.
Okay, I cannot look at Twitter. I do not want to have this. I don't want to know this tip ahead of time.
I'm looking at my big board here going just frick.
Best available right now on NFL.com, Will Johnson, Mike Green, Luther Burden. I don't think Burden's a personality match for the Seahawks. Jahdae Barron, Matthew Golden, Nick Emenwari, Donovan Ezeraku, James Pierce, also not a match. Nick Scorton, Mason Taylor. If you want a curveball, Seahawks are said to love him. Had him in for a 30 visit. Donovan Jackson. And they don't even have Zabel on their next available. You have to go all the way down to the next. You have to flip over to the next page for NFL.com to get to Zabel.
Does anyone else feel like this crazy urge that you wish we would trade back right now?
Yeah, but if
I kind of feel it now that I see that the pick is in. I'm kind of like, ugh.
If no one's offering you value,
I know what our pick is.
Now they're showing the war room right now.
Mike looks odd in that.
They're not celebrating. You see that? They're usually, don't
forget, it could be a different feed of the war room. It could be delayed before they've even made that pick.
Yeah, it could be.
That's true.
If you don't look, but Brady just kind of hinted at it. Unless he's playing. Nope, he did not hint at it. It was a full hint.
I'm not going to look at the comments. Here comes Roger Goodell.
Wow.
I'm happy.
Hold on. Well, if you guys are happy, you guys are happy.
Seahawk Nation is happy, I believe.
Let's go.
Yeah.
That's good. Welcome to Seahawks, Gray.
I think it's great that they went out in the first round and finally took a guard.
So does that shut up everybody in Seahawk Nation now that we never addressed the need in the beginning of the draft?
Well, I think you have to, because you didn't do it in free agency. You haven't done it for years on end, and it was the guy's sitting there.
He really, in so many ways, was a perfect match for what they need. Like he blew all teams away in the interview process. He's 100% about football. He turned down big NIL money to go elsewhere and stay home. He wanted to play with his little brother. He took their NIL money. He bought farmland, right? He's just everything that you want
He's a national champion.
And he's got some nastiness to him. Yeah, he's got that positional versatility. I think he's your starter at left guard from day one, but maybe long-term in the big picture, he could end up playing center.
Yeah, I think he's going to start at guard. I wish he'd play center, but I'm cool with either. I think you kind of nailed it. The biggest thing, and Dan, you and I have talked about this since we started talking, the Seahawks need more ass kickers. And I think that's like the best way to describe him. He's an absolute ass kicker.
All right, so here's so they did do me a favor. Gray Zabel, 6'6", 305 pounds, 4 sacks allowed in his entire career. He played some at all 5 spots. And I got to see him up close and personal at the Senior Bowl. And, y'all have heard how impressive he was down there. I echo that. Like, the guy is stout in pass protection. He can handle power. He's a good enough athlete. You saw it at the combine. He can handle speed. He's got great handwork. When he gets his arms extended, you'll see him, I think, on this next rep against Wyatt Black, who's one of the biggest, strongest dudes at nose tackle in this draft. Watch him get his arms extended. It's over. Like the rep is over. He wins the rep, but he can get out and move. He's a perfect fit in the wide zone scheme. And we're going to bring in another special guest now. Let me catch up on some of the tech stuff here. Mookie Alexander from Field Gulls.
Oh,
Mookie, how much goodwill was just established in the city of Seattle? How much did the city just exhale? And how much can John Schneider now feel comfortable going out in public tonight?
Well, first step is Zabel's got to be an actual good player in the NFL. So that part remains to be seen. But the process of actually taking a guard, I mean, I wrote it last night and then scheduled it this morning. This is kind of an unprecedented thing for John on a couple of fronts. One, taking a guard this high. I mean, Carpenter and Effetti were tackles in college and then became guards. And then in Carpenter's case, he stayed a guard, and then Effetti went back to tackle. But they don't take FCS players very often. No? Not under John Schneider. It hasn't been his thing. He's taken 4 prior to tonight. He's taken 4 FCS players since he became GM in 2010. All of them were no earlier than the 5th round. And pretty much none of them stuck. Like it was like Ty Smith, Jared Smith, Mark Legree, and I forgot the 4th one because I'm trying to think off the top of my head without looking, but still.
Michael Jarrell?
Yeah, Jarrell was a Division II player. They have taken more D2 players than FCS players.
That's right.
And that's kind of a crazy thing. But
yeah,
to take one in the 1st round, I mean, this is not best player available for sure, but probably the best offensive lineman available, given everybody else who went preceding Zabel. But I'm pleased with the pick. I didn't actually think that they would do it. Or if they were to pick Zabel, I would have thought they would have tried to trade down and still get him in the 20s or something. But the fact that Booker went at 12, maybe there was a little concern that, okay, maybe these linemen are going to go earlier off the board than expected. But, Matt Miller of ESPN, he's 3 for 3 now on these intel posts.
Yeah.
So 2 years ago, it was Devin Witherspoon, and he said it without saying it overtly, that, Witherspoon could be somebody the Seahawks like. And then last year was Byron Murphy could be a sensible fit for Seattle.
And he called the Michael Penix pick to Atlanta last year too.
Yes. And then this year you end up with him saying it's either MacMillan or Zabel. Well, yep. MacMillan went way earlier than I thought, but he essentially went to, Carolina. He went to Seahawks light because of all the front office people in Carolina and a lot of ex-Seahawks on the Panthers roster. But still, so far so good. They got Zabel. I think that takes him out of the Donovan Jackson running. I was pretty high on taking Donovan Jackson, but I think this was always an either or. Like if they didn't get Zabel,
I wouldn't have batted an eye if Jackson had been the pick here instead of Zabel at 18.
Yeah, I would have preferred if they'd taken Jackson to trade down and get it in the late first, but still, that's a good start. Unfortunately, one of my draft crushes, Emeka Ibuka, is about to go to Tampa Bay, but still, there's time for them to get a receiver in round 2 and 3. But yeah, it's a big deal. They're investing in the offensive line. Almost feels like it was a mandate of sorts. Like, all right, you want to talk about the offensive line and fixing it? You didn't do a whole lot in free agency. The least you could do is address it early in the draft.
Well, and I was saying all throughout this process that, there are guys that I liked at 18. It would have made sense. I would have been fine with it, but I just saw the value, the way this draft board stacks up, of going with another position early and then turning around in the 2nd round and addressing the position. But the guy that I wanted and had mocked to them all throughout the process, and in my final mock, Kenneth Grant, which went much earlier than he was expected to, or that I was expecting him to. And so all I know is this: when the pick was announced, when it became official, like, I got goosebumps. Like, as a Seahawk fan, as long as we have been fighting uphill and swimming upstream with this offensive line issue, they took a major swing and a step towards fixing it, in addition to some of the other work that they've done in the last couple of years. There's some young assets on that line, and then bringing in that entire offensive staff that they did this offseason to really find some continuity and some alignment there on the offensive side of the ball. And I'll say this, like, John Schneider's taken a pounding, and I thought at his pre-draft press conference on Monday, he seemed tired. Like, he sounded like less energetic than I've ever heard him, but he's been telling us for 2 straight months, I get it. I see it. I acknowledge it. It's a weakness. We're going to address it. We have a plan. Nobody believed him because of the past. He went out and put his money where his mouth was.
Mm-hmm. So I got a trivia question for you guys. Who was the last guard Seattle took in the teens?
Pure guard? Steve Hutchinson?
Yeah.
Guess what pick he went at?
I think it was a 17.
17th overall pick.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That worked out.
Just okay. Like, I'm not trying to say, but just saying, last time they did it, there was some success behind it. The thing for me that's interesting about this, guys, is you've now gone and you've got yourself your left guard, which now allows Christian Haynes in a way to play his natural spot as your right guard with Lamea.
Yep.
And you do have the potential that you could move, Zabel to center if you really want to. I don't think they will, because I think they do like Olu, and I do think they like Sundell. Maybe they take Wilson later on, but now that you've addressed it here with Gray Zabel, now it'll be interesting to see what Seattle does. Do they stay at pick 50, or do they still try to move up in day 2 and round 2?
I think there's a good chance, especially with some of these defenders starting to fall. We'll see if we get a wide receiver run now with Ibuka going to Tampa Bay at 19.
Oh man, what a fit! What a fit!
Ridiculous. Like, if you think about it, like the receivers they've had there, Evans, Jalen MacMillan, you had Godwin's there. Like, this is just, and then you got Cade Otton at tight end. Like, Tampa's loading up. Like, they're going to have, I think, one of the best offenses in football next year.
You got to be happy for Baker.
Oh, Baker's got all the weapons he's ever needed.
Where did he go to school?
Okay, Texas Tech, actually, just to let you know down there.
Buccaneers play at Seattle this season. That game is going to be must watch. That might be the best home game on Seattle's schedule next year.
That's a game I might have to go to, because Baker's probably one of my favorite quarterbacks in the league. So I'm not saying.
I don't know if you guys have seen the comments, but there's still people that aren't happy.
They'll never be.
Well, I can't make everyone happy.
Ike Garofalo put out an interesting tweet now saying the Seahawks fielded trade back offers for days, but stick at 18 to select Gray Zabel, one of the safest picks, per Daniel Jeremiah.
All right. I don't like the term safest pick.
I know.
Yeah.
I think I don't even need to finish the sentence to know our history with the safe pick.
Mm-hmm.
You really have a safe pick up from an FCS school, though. I mean, I think that he should have a high floor. If that's what we're defining as a safe pick, high floor.
Fair. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah. So I tell you what, Tampa Bay already had one of the best offenses in the league last year, and that's including they had a great offensive line. They had Bucky Irving as a revelation. I really like Bucky in college. I didn't think he'd be like RB1 right away. And then you have a receiver quartet of Jalen MacMillan, Evans, Godwin, and Ibuka. I mean, you're really cooking. And I tell you what, we just got word that the Seattle schedule will be out in 3 weeks. And just think about who they are scheduled to face, because a whole lot can change during the season. They're going to be playing Cam Ward and the host of former Seahawks on the Titans, like Tyler Lockett and Cody Barton and Draymond Jones and a bunch of others I'm probably forgetting. They're going to be playing Travis Hunter because they play the whole AFC South. So they're going to be playing them against Jacksonville. They'll be playing that Tampa Bay offense. So
that's going to be fun.
Yes, it's going to be a heck of a series of opponents. And they're going to be playing MacMillan too, because Seattle's playing Carolina.
Let me just go to Dane Brugler's The Beast. This is what he says about Gray Zabel. Had him ranked as his 32nd overall player. His number one center, he had him listed as a center. 3-year starter at North Dakota State. He was an All-American left tackle. He had to kick out there his last year after playing mostly right tackle and guard the rest of his career. Whether out in space or in confined areas, Zabel shines as a run blocker with his athletic range and grip strength to connect, strain, and seal lanes. In pass pro, he can be walked back and surrender depth versus power, but he mirrors well and stays balanced through contact as he refits his hands to grind bull rushes to a halt. Overall, he must prove he can consistently anchor against NFL power, but his light, flexible movements and strong hands keep pass rushers busy and displace defenders in the run game. A college tackle, he projects best inside at either center or guard, where he will compete for immediate starting reps and offer Pro Bowl upside.
Do you guys know who Gray Zabel's best friend is?
Jalen Sundell.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I believe Brian Nemhauser, Hawk Blogger, had a video on that about a month ago.
Nice. And Jalen Sundell's sister was just drafted by the Seattle Storm.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah,
so here's Emery Hunt's breakdown of Gray Zabel from his game plan guide. So he had him as number 4 for his guards, and he scored him with an 80, which is a starter. He goes, outstanding week at Senior Bowl, really stood out amongst his teammates. His best trait might be his consistency from down to down. Good core strength, showing the ability to both anchor and redirect. Very good versus bull rush. Will do a solid job of striking first with his hands. Experience in playing left tackle in college is invaluable because of how quickly he diagnoses pressure, subsequently getting himself in the position to defend it. Areas of improvement, he goes, in only one. He goes, in pass pro. Would like to see a quicker, more assertive setup in regards to his kick slide. At times, he gives up too much ground, which shrinks the distance from defender to QB. If that's the only area, a guy like Emery Hunt, who I greatly respect his, analysis, I'm okay if that's the issue we're looking at with our left guard. Is okay, yeah, we need to shorten up your stance a little bit and your kick slide there. But other than that, you can handle the bull rushes and all the other interior guys that are going to be in this division.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think it just I've been saying this for months, and there are some comments that what do we do now? Like, let's go draft 3 more. Like, part of the solution is on the roster. There are players that are going to factor into this, and we saw some solid play from Oluwatimi, and as you mentioned, and Bryce, you and I have been talking about Jalen Sundell ever since we saw him last year at the mock game in preseason, just how good he looked, and he had only been in town for a couple of weeks there. Haynes is a better fit in this scheme. Abe Lucas is 100% healthy for the first time in a long time. He's been working out with Satao Lamea. John Schneider wasn't blowing smoke when he sent John Benton and Rick Dennison and Clint Kubiak, and those guys liked some of what they had on hand. There's going to be competition there, but I think there's an opportunity now finally to put a 5 on the field that talent-wise is better than anything we've had in a while, and then actually have them in a scheme that works for what they do best and maybe keep them together for a little while, get some continuity there finally. So the Broncos pick is in. I'm going to say, I'm not looking at the advanced stuff. I don't want to get tipped. I'm saying Mario Hampton here. Christopher Hamami, thanks for the donation, the super thanks. Really appreciate it. He says, I think we only take one other offensive lineman, Chase Lunt, as right tackle insurance policy, and Haynes chemistry. The rest of the draft, defensive line, wide receiver, corner, safety, linebacker. So all the other positions. Is that J.C. McCarthy standing next to Roger Goodell?
Oh, that's not very nice.
Every kid I see with that haircut now, I'm like, it's J.J. McCarthy.
Ah, man.
Wow, they're going with Barron. Okay.
Yep.
That's going to be one heck of secondary with Surtain and
my goodness. Yep.
They're building the no-fly zone again. By the way, did you guys see that I don't know if you saw it on the Seahawks Twitter, or it might have been someone, Mike Vroll, I think, might have put it out. They've actually taken the term death zone and put it in the VMAC on their wall.
Oh.
Huh.
Which is the big name the defense rolled with last year. They have it literally in letters put on the wall.
Today, Barron. So now the Steelers are on the clock. Are we getting a quarterback here?
Quarterback.
Jackson Dart.
Like there's been so many conflicting reports about how the meeting with Mike Tomlin went, or whether he was liked in that building. Did Sanders have a good interview with them or not? Is Shedeur if Jackson Dart's the pick here, does Sanders get all the way out of the first round, or do you think somebody trades up for him?
Crazy.
I don't see. I think he'll get picked in the first round. I still just think someone's going to take him.
I tell you what, we've done these drafts many times. This feels like the fastest that reporters are tipping picks. Yeah. I mean, this is a quick draft. Like,
there haven't been any trades.
We've had one trade.
Yeah.
We've had one trade. A lot of teams are picking pretty quickly. I mean,
I think it kind of matches up with what this class looked like, in the sense that because it's so sort of the talent level is so evenly spread out, and there's such a lack of consensus. It's all about each team's, view of how the player fits, each team's evaluation process, how analytics plays into it these days. Like it feels like these teams all came up with their own preferences, and the players that they like are falling to them, which just makes things move along quickly.
So tell you what, if the Steelers do not take a quarterback here, I think that almost certainly means neither Dart nor Sanders is going in round 1. Now, the one variable here would be a team trading back into the first.
Right.
But like the Rams maybe would look at a Stafford successor, pick darts more so than Sanders, but that's pretty much it. The Chargers don't need a quarterback. The Packers don't. The Vikings,
nobody needs one.
Unless McCarthy has got no knees left whatsoever, and they just haven't told us yet. The Vikings don't need a quarterback. Texans certainly don't. The Ravens definitely don't. Lions don't. Commanders really don't. Neither do the Bills, the Chiefs, nor the Eagles. So that's that. Basically, if it's not Shador or darts at 21, then the slide is coming.
So here's an interesting thing. Chris Clough just posted this. He goes, when John Schneider has stuck at his normal pick and taken it, it actually works out pretty well. Russell Okung, Earl Thomas. You can say what you want. James Carpenter was a serviceable guard.
Played 10 years in the league.
Yeah. You know, Jordan Brooks, Charles Cross, Devin Witherspoon, JSN, Byron Murphy. Like,
yeah, the trading back in the first round stopped.
Bit us more in the ass than most times.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the problem is they traded back and then reached anyway. So, I mean, when you do both, that's not a good thing. And
there's
Dion, I think, has been better for them lately. Yeah. I thought this would have been a good year for them to trade down, but they're not doing it. The Steelers pick is in.
Jackson Dart decided not to get. He accepted the invitation, then he decided
backed out of it. Yeah,
he's not there, and they're not even showing him at home here, at least on NFL Network.
Yeah, so they are. They're by the Packer indoor facility there, Dan.
Yeah.
Well, they got to keep showing Shador, right? That's the thing. That's the big.
If they don't take a quarterback here, does DK Metcalf demand a trade?
Can that happen? Can you get traded before you even play? Because even Antonio Brown just got cut
before you play on your extension, right?
Yeah.
Just showed up to get the extension.
Yeah. Here, Snoop called their current quarterback Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Did you guys see that on?
Oh yeah, that was funny.
That was funny.
Well, it's
wow.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, that's like maybe a Cam Hayward, SB Nation's own podcast. Cam Hayward.
Are we not going to get another quarterback in the first round?
And then this will push all the guys we thought down. I don't remember who I saw today say that they think that the early round 2 could be where you start to see the run on quarterbacks potentially.
Yeah, at this point, like if I am the Giants or the Browns, like I'm slow playing this.
Yep.
I don't want to get too aggressive. Wow.
Yeah, you kind of get into that point where is it worth trading up a little bit to get that 5th-year option if that means something to a Giants or Cleveland?
God, I just wonder how much of this has to do with was it 21 or 22, the Kenny Pickett draft? Like teams just, you hear all the buzz. We've heard it all over the last 6 weeks. And at one point, like we said earlier, before you showed up, Mookie, at one point, Tyler Sheck was going to go 7th to the Jets and Dart was going to be a top 10 pick. And there were going to be 4 guys in the first round. But then, as reality sets in, you get closer to the draft, you just start thinking, wait a minute, like, are we really sure that's what we want to do? Remember Kenny Pickett, especially with the Steelers. Like they've been here. They've done this.
So this is interesting, just tying back to the Seahawks. Jeff Simmons just put out an interesting tweet where he goes, John Spytek said at the Combine that in Tampa Bay, they had a study that small school left tackles made for high-level interior O-line. They had Graham Barton and Marpet. Sorry, Marpet. Yeah. There's history to that. Like they do better when you move them in.
Mm-hmm.
I still can't believe they did it. And honestly, let me know what you guys think. As someone who does this, like we've just been talking about this for so long. Like now we can talk about the rest of the roster, maybe.
Yeah. Well, no, you can't. We have to add more.
Right.
There's no one on this roster currently that might still pan out with an actual offensive line coach that knows what he's doing at the NFL level. There's no reason to think that might not change some of the fortunes of some of the guys we already have on our roster.
I mean, Matt Miller was the one. Wait a minute. Okay. Matt Miller was the one that called the Zabel pick. Matt Miller went on Seattle Sports 2 weeks ago and suggested taking Jared Wilson and Tate Ratledge at 50 and 52 and pairing teammates. I'm just saying. I'd hate it, but my goodness, the fan base would love it.
That'd be bordering on overkill because that's like a vote of non-confidence or something. I still need some skill position players, or alternatively, maybe a defensive tackle is on the table, or like a pure. If it's a pure nose, maybe they would go day 3. There are a lot of options there, but they could still go for like a space-eating left defensive tackle in the second round.
Yeah.
I think would they be interested in reuniting Alfred Collins,
right,
and Byron Murphy?
Yeah.
CJ Sanders is South Carolina, somebody that I've paid a little bit closer attention to, because that South Carolina defense, that was like a playoff caliber defense.
Nasty. Yep.
Now, I got a question on this. When we look at this, does Will Johnson come into play for the Chargers because of his history there with Jim Harbaugh, or is it Donovan Ezeraku because they've lost Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack is getting older?
Yeah, I think that they might look at Ezeraku more than Johnson because their cornerback situation is good. They got a nice – the Tarheeb still was a good find for them last year. I think they could have like better cornerback help, but without that pass rush, I mean, that defense is not going to function very well, or at least not as well as it did last year. It's nice for Prince C. Morocco starting to like Alfred Collins more and more. And also, we got to get more Alfreds in the NFL. All the Butler. It just occurred to me, have we ever had an NFL draft where a quarterback went number 1 overall and then no other quarterbacks got selected in the first round?
Man, I don't think so.
That would have to be a first, and maybe that would be indicative of how these teams view the draft. But
let's see if I can find that.
What's Pittsburgh going to do with their quarterback situation? What do you guys think? Moogie, what would you take now?
Hey, could they be in play for Will Levis?
We got a lightly used Sam Howell available for them.
That too.
I mean, if you love DK, Sam Howell was throwing passes to DK in training camp. You know, they've got that chemistry to some degree.
Right.
I don't recall if Sam actually threw a pass to DK in the Packers game. I don't think he did, but he might have been thinking about it. Yes. Tell you what, though, the Gray Zabel pick also continues the John Schneider trend of going for the Senior Bowl. So his reluctance to take FCS players has been overridden by his love of the Senior Bowl. And in Zabel's case, that was a Senior Bowl standout who was too good to pass up. I don't rule out them also taking a look at Jackson Slater in the 4th or 5th round.
Yeah, he's a guy they obviously like. They met with him multiple times at the Senior Bowl. They met with him at the Combine. He was a 30 visit. Like, he did the whole buffet of meetings, the kid from Newport High School in Bellevue.
Yes.
Would love him on day 3. I mean, he can play center. He can play guard. Was really impressed by him down in Mobile as well. Kind of a Gray Zabel light, except he couldn't play tackle in a pinch. I mean, that's the thing about Zabel too. It's like, yeah, the arm length is legit, but if Cross were to go down in the middle of a game and you have someone else you like at left guard, like, he could get you out of a game at tackle if he needed to.
Yeah, it's the positional versatility that I really wanted the Seahawks to go with. It's like, Ratledge is a guard and only a guard, and in fact, really just a right guard. But Donovan Jackson has shown that tackle and guard versatility. He had to be a makeshift tackle, and he, other than one game against Abdul Carter, who is shaping up to be a star in the making of the NFL, he was outstanding there. And Zabel, he can play every position. So there is a level to being, jack of all trades, master of none. But in this case, I think there's a clear strength for Zabel that we can see in the NFL would be a guard. I think Dane Brugler thinks of him more as a center. But whatever the case, like, tackle, if he's needed there in a pinch, fine. But I'm all for that, as opposed to, rigid, hey, they're mostly right guards, and then they're going to have to learn either stay at right guard, or maybe the coaching staff have to look at getting them to left guard. So there's still options for Seattle. I think they max out at 3 offensive linemen.
I can't wait. And typically that's what I've done. I've always had them going, starting left guard-ish in the 2nd round. I want a hedge at right tackle. It's why I like Chase Lunt, Jalen Travis, Logan Brown, some other guys like that. Maybe a guy that can play both sides, but also could help be a hedge against Lucas not being re-signed. And then on day 3, you mentioned Jackson Slater. There's a bunch of guys that kind of fall into that bucket for me, of guys that can play guard or center and kind of move around a little bit, just give you competition at multiple spots. This is what the Philadelphia Eagles have done so well. They haven't just drafted good linemen, but they've drafted guys that they can mix and match and move around whenever they have a need.
I wonder currently if the Chargers are trading, because in their war room, their guy was still on their I don't know if it's their GM or whoever. Assistant GM was still on the phone.
The pick's not in yet.
And that's what makes me wonder.
Yeah. You were talking about Ezeraku to them. I would think, when I think about Jim Harbaugh, I feel like he would want those bigger ends, right? Like, I love Ezeraku though. It's hard to, and he's an A+ character guy. He's someone that I could see Harbaugh really liking, but he probably knows he can get him a little later too, if that's the guy that they want.
The Chargers still got to think about wide receiver too. I mean, after Ladd McConkey, it's like bottom 10.
God, wouldn't Golden be a nice pairing?
Yeah, Quentin Johnston's not good enough. I think Josh Palmer left in free agency or whatever. So they got almost no depth there, and it's great.
So here's something I want to just state. Talk about the amount of immense pressure on Gray Zabel. It's almost like you were a quarterback coming into a decimate franchise you have to try and revive. He's got to do that for an offensive line that's been basically dead for 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Here, let me just play this real quick. Does this sound like a guy who really feels pressure?
How would you assess your first day down here?
It was good. Got to come out and put the pads on and compete against guys, but there's going to be some stuff we got to clean up in film, hand placement, foot angles, all that stuff. So looking forward to getting to the film room and kind of clean up what was off.
Coming from the FCS level to best collection of talent college football has to offer, didn't seem like the game was too fast for you. How'd that feel today?
Yeah, it felt really well. NDSU prepares you for the next level and going against top dudes day in and day out. So coming down here, it was a good change of pace off the bat, but kind of settled in right away.
Played tackle and guard for the Bison, but I saw some center today. They're moving you all over the place. What did they tell you the plan was for you this week?
Could have played offensive line this week, so just put me in wherever and go and try and do my best and compete.
Any contact with the Seattle Seahawks yet?
I'm not for sure.
Okay.
Nope, he hadn't talked to him at that point, but he'll talk to him now.
Yep. No, and I don't think it's going to. I'm just saying, like, from a fan base perspective, there is going to be a lot of them going, if he doesn't live up to what we are going to potentially put him on this pedestal because he's an 18th overall pick at guard at this huge spot for us. That's where I just want to make sure everyone has tempered expectations that he is still a rookie making a massive jump to the NFL.
I can't wait to see the post-draft press conference tonight. Like, what's Schneider's tone going to be? He's gotten a little chippy this offseason and really acknowledged, even though he likes to say, like, I'm not on Twitter, I don't listen to that stuff. Like he does, because he always acknowledges it, references it, and kind of makes sort of offhanded jokes about it. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Marion Hampton. So they took a running back. That's the two most on-brand things would be Harbaugh, and Harbaugh was seething watching Pete go for the top running back. That I got to get me a running back too. So this is going to be smash mouth football with the Chargers and the Raiders, and then you got the Chiefs and the Broncos on the other side doing other stuff. I feel like Jonathan Jones of CBS Sports. What a bizarre world that two running backs went off the board before two quarterbacks.
Yeah.
After we were doing some sort of like eulogy for the running back position, this is the draft we end up with.
I mean, is Shedeur just gonna pack up and go back to the hotel now? Because he's not even at the
draft.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't even. Oh, he was.
Yeah, he's not even at the draft. He's at home or wherever.
Oh, he's just hanging out with his crew. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, yeah, he's probably turning off the TV then or whatever because
Packers on the home crowd's going crazy.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Mookie, there's nobody that's gonna pick him unless they trade back. So it's crazy, man. But
the Packers is this the year they actually take a receiver, like a real number one receiver,
Matthew Golden, maybe
two receivers.
I think they got to help. I think they got to try to get that number one guy, especially for Jordan Love, right?
Yeah, at this point, Golden is just slip sliding away. So yeah. I mean, I thought that Dallas would have taken him. I mean, they've got an outstanding history with wide receivers in the first round. The Packers, Rappaport's saying the Packers are getting trade calls similar to the Chargers at number 22. Yeah, this is wild. We got 9 picks to go. The draft's still down because the Chargers decided to take their sweet time, but maybe this is like the portion of the draft where we might see some trades happening, but
and it's not
to make because like you get a ton of trades day 2.
Right.
It's not. These next 9 picks aren't necessarily unimpactful on what might happen tomorrow with the Seahawks. Some of these guys that are falling because of medical concerns that we know the Seahawks, had in for visits, guys like Jahad Campbell, guys like Will Johnson. How far do those injuries push him down, and into what range do they have to get to if they do fall out of the first round for the Seahawks to start thinking about coming up to get him?
This has been a very interesting job, but I could see it being golden here for them. But Michael Sean Dugard just put out an interesting tweet. I guess they were already talking to Grey Zabel for the media thing, and he goes, Grey Zabel says he was mentored by Seahawks center Jalen Sundell in college, and he's excited to reunite with him in Seattle. It's going to be awesome, quote.
And then he made, he's an agribusiness major. He made an analogy about planting the seed in the soil and watching it grow, something along those lines. I mean, as anyone from Pierre, South Dakota, and who played in North Dakota would, he's going to talk about some agriculture.
Apparently he's got quite the fastball, eh? 90 miles an hour.
Zabel, really?
Zabel. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the only planting I want him to do is to opposing defensive tackles and ends.
There you go.
That's what I prefer to see.
Yeah. When it's all sinking in now that the pick's kind of settling in, man. How do you guys feeling about it? Like, I know we tossed a bunch of names on. We all thought, man, he's not going to go that route. But for me, I'm actually super happy with the pick. I think, and I think the expectations really, I think when you're picking a guy here at 18 is just be a solid starter in your first year. Look competent.
Yeah. And heading into the draft, for me, it was, when you look at the depth chart, it really was the only glaring hole in the starting lineup. I feel good about Christian Haynes being at right guard. I think that's their plan for him. We know one of Oluwatimi or Sundell is likely to be the opening day center, and I'm cool with that. It was left guard, man. That was the spot. And usually John would hedge all of that, and he would have gone out and signed one of those low cost, Band-Aid guards. They took their big swing at Will Fries. He was a guy they believed in and had conviction about. They didn't get him. They didn't panic and turn and just sign whoever for public perception or just out of panic. They knew that the class was strong enough at that position group in the first 100 picks that they'd be able to address it then. And they did it. Like this to me opens everything up now positionally for the rest of the draft.
Interesting thing, Jordan Schultz, who has been, in fact, tipping picks so blatantly that we might as well be in the 5th round with him. But he's doing his job. The Eagles are discussing a move up. Yeah, the Eagles are discussing a move up with the Packers. They didn't say that the trade is happening, but the Eagles discussing move up. So from 32 to 23 or 24. I think
we're down to 2.5 minutes. Let's see the Eagles. What we know about the Eagles. Who might they be?
It's just kind of interesting listening to seeing some of these quotes from Zabel, because he goes, Greg Bell posts, my family is my rock, unwavering support. Man, farming and football have a lot in common. You plant a seed in the dirt in the spring and you tend to it, then you reap the benefits in the fall.
There you go.
That's great.
Who might the Eagles be moving up for? I mean, they usually just
they usually gorgeous player available.
Oh gosh,
they usually just sit and take advantage of everyone else's mistakes, and just take the guys that are left. Yeah, Starks would make a lot of sense for them, wouldn't it? To pair with.
So would Donovan Jackson.
That would be something if they trade up. Well, they lost Becton.
Yeah,
but Becton was a right guard, and I think that they would keep Jackson at left guard. But whatever the case,
maybe that's the one thing I look at with them is it's going to be a trench guy. Maybe I don't think they're taking Will Johnson. Maybe it's Emin Worry.
Yeah, well, Schefter's saying Will Johnson has a knee issue that has concerned some NFL teams, and that helps explain why he still hasn't been selected. And I tell you what, the Packers are not going to trade with the Eagles, so they're sticking and picking. So the last time they took a wide receiver in the draft in the first round, got to be Javon Walker, maybe.
I mean, the Packers, yeah, it was Javon Walker.
And he was one of my favorite receivers.
You know what's weird though about that pick for the Chargers? You have a two-headed monster now in LA.
Yeah,
They
Harris.
signed Najee Harris this offseason.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's no secret what Harbaugh wants to do.
Yeah, he wants to just run the damn ball.
Yep. And sure enough, the Packers pick is in. Everybody waiting with bated breath, and that we'll see how many people are going to leave immediately after this.
I don't feel like there's anyone they could really pick here at this part of the draft that would elicit any boos.
Yeah. Shedeur Sanders.
Hey, the Packers do have a long storied history of taking quarterbacks.
Oh, they do. I just don't know if they're going to take that quarterback.
Better than Mason Rudolph.
Yeah.
They got a serious problem there.
Well, apparently Warren Sharp just came out and said that they don't on his Twitter. He just put out that they're not the Steelers aren't interested in Shedeur and they're not interested in Jackson Dart.
You think
does that mean that they're interested in Jalen Milroe?
Here's Michael Thompson
round two. Oh, Mike's back now from his bunker.
Is that your office, Michael?
Yeah. We're working in the park bunker right now.
Okay.
Did you guys see Micah Parsons' reaction to the pick?
No, I haven't seen that yet.
What's the pick?
The Tyler Booker pick.
Oh, no. Okay.
I think he's trying to save himself after, but that initial reaction kind of showed not the happiest.
Was he pissed they didn't go defense?
I don't know, but that's just someone I'm very interested in keeping an eye on. If he doesn't agree to an extension, that's all.
Well, it's official now. The Packers have 9 wide receivers on their roster.
Wow.
Matthew Golden's pick there.
Kind of figured that would be the pick. Ooh, Josina Anderson. I told the Giants are trying to get back into the first round.
Okay. And then at the same time, Jordan Schultz reporting the Vikings are on the clock at number 24, have been very open to trading down. They have the fewest picks of any with just 4 picks. So if they trade down, maybe the Giants trade up, the Vikings get extra draft capital so they can then turn around and make a move for Sam Howell.
Yeah.
That's their draft. Oh. I think their entire draft plan has to be.
So guess who interviewed Gray Zabel at Senior Bowl, Dan, for the Seahawks?
Steve Hutchinson.
Steve Hutchinson.
There you go. Yep. I knew he was there. And I reported at the time, like when John and Mike showed up on the Tuesday, the first day of practices, both sessions, the American and National, that day, Schneider followed the offensive linemen everywhere. That's the only group he watched. He just stood there with his arms folded like this and just watched everything they did. It's all he focused on. Wednesday, he moved around a little bit more, and then I didn't see him Thursday. I think they were kind of upstairs, or maybe they had even left by that point. But that was his focus, his first day when he was down there.
Solak has, I would say, a pretty good tweet to describe the Packers draft pick. Matthew Golden and Jaden Reed and Romeo Doubs and Christian Watson and Octavian Wicks and Bo Milton and just ends there. And
don't forget about their tight ends they've got there too. Like, damn.
Yeah, I know.
Musgrave and they're gonna go full air raid.
Yeah. Well, tell you what, look at all these Packers fans cheering that they have a wide receiver named Golden on the team.
So I got to be honest, Curtis Allen put out another really good tweet. He goes, John Schneider is right. Guards are overdrafted and overpaid, but this pick was not one of those. Zabel is the perfect marriage of scheme fit, talent, intensity, and availability.
Well, and I think the thing that got lost in translation with that quote was, while it sounded like, and it certainly was easy to interpret it this way, that all guards are overdrafted and overpaid. What I took it to mean is they just guys that they really liked were never there when they picked because someone else took them earlier because of need. I think if you could get a little bit of sodium pentothal in John Schneider and really get some truth about him and go back over the last 7 or 8 years in history, it'd be fascinating to know guys that they hoped would get to him, had planned to take if they would have, and they ended up getting drafted before they thought they would.
I forgot Matthew Golden ran that fast of a 40.
4.29.
I forgot. Damn.
Yep. When the funny thing was going into the combine, the big story
Isaiah Boyd,
Bond was talking about how he was going to run a 4.2 and maybe even challenge Xavier Worthy's record. And then he goes out and clocks a 4.41, and his teammate runs a 4.29. That was pretty cool. And he's looking sharp. I mean, living up to his name with that gold suit.
Oh man, just looking at Seahawks Twitter right now is kind of funny because you got Evan Hill losing his mind, going, "We are so effing back, we effing did it," and then you've got Griff Sturgeon going, "That's fine."
I mean, that's the perfect juxtaposition of your Griff
Exactly,
and the Evan roller coaster.
Yeah,
Well,
all it takes is Zabel
the fan base
back in preseason, and it's like, dude, we should have traded it up to get Tyler Booker.
Yeah. And there's enough comments already among the fan base about 18 was too high. I wouldn't have taken him above 25, as if they know like how things were going to fall or what other teams are going to do. And just, no one's ever happy.
I think it's also hard to just get excited about a guard. That's the thing. It's not a sexy. No, I'm talking about with the overall fan base. It's not the sexy position, even though it's a glaring need.
Right.
So I think maybe some of that comes into play, but I just think, again, I go back to, he's going to be he should be a solid starter for you. And like you said, team, we forget about a Christian Haynes and this new staff and some of the other guys we have. I mean, look, the draft just started too. There's nothing to say we're not going to pick up somebody else, but yeah, he's kind of one of those things like, yeah, great pick, good pick.
And it changes the narrative, right?
It does.
At least temporarily, it changes the narrative. It's not that, the lazy narrative has been that he's ignored offensive line, which is not the case. They just haven't either picked the right ones or they haven't developed them properly. So now the focus is on, okay, you've been telling us this whole offseason that this new staff that you went out and you spent so much time putting together and put so many resources into, and you've talked them up this whole offseason about how the scheme's better, these guys are better coaches, they're in alignment. Well, now you got to prove it. You've given them another asset, and you've added as many assets in the last 3 years as most. I think they're top 3 or 4 in the league as far as offensive line assets added in the last 4 drafts. Now go put it together and show us you can make a good unit out of it.
So I got a question here with Minnesota. Do they go offensive line?
They could go for Donovan Jackson themselves. I mean,
that's what I'm thinking they might because of that interior O-line. Like, yes, you brought in, Fries or Freeze, and you brought in Ryan Kelly, but it still needs another guard in that group, and you still are banking on a guy coming off a broken leg.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Reisner's gone, and I don't think anybody's going to to get Kelly. So,
if you believe in the medicals, like at this point, I think we've gotten to the point in the draft where Josh Simmons is tremendous value. Like there's some questions about his practice habits, like his personality a little bit, but if he's not injured, he's the first tackle off the board in this class.
So Minnesota stayed and picked.
Brady Henderson just had a tweet, an all-time answer from Gray Zabel on our conference call just now. Asked what he's about to do now that the Seahawks have taken him 18th overall. Man, I'm probably going to start diving into these Busch Lights.
Oh, he's going to fit great in Seattle. He's going to show up to his introductory press conference in plaid and like jeans and a trucker hat. That is what he's going to show up with.
I mean, this is becoming a very blue collar team now.
Yep.
Right. When you look at Kupp and Darnold and their personality and what they bring, and now adding Zabel to it, like these are steak, not sizzle guys.
And that's what I've heard from people that have been around the team right now with them starting their workouts and stuff. They said that's the change where in the past, the Pete teams had a little bit more.
Oh boy. Giants are trading back. The Giants are back in the draft. 25.
Houston?
Yes, they are.
Houston was looking to move
Rams traded. God darn it. What it had to be the Rams. Instead of F.
They're terrified. I think they're terrified of the Rams taking Dart.
Okay,
they screwed it. Who said the Rams? Oh, it was Rappaport. He screwed it up. It's the Texans trading. So they gave up $34.99 and a third rounder in 2026. So there you go.
Donovan Jackson to Minnesota.
Yeah, that's great pick for them. He's going to play tackle for them, and so he was.
Where would you still have their tackle was fine last year until he got hurt.
Yeah, I think they keep Darrisaw unless they move him to right tackle. So
I mean, but Fries is a left guard, isn't he?
Yeah.
Didn't he play primary?
Yeah, so you might move him to right guard. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. But what I
So
was
you
going to say is the people that I have that are connected and are around it have said that there's been a mentality change there, that you can really feel it now in Mike's second year and the guys they brought in, that the prior regime, you had a little bit more flair to it. And that was Pete. Pete always had flair to it. They worked, but they had flair. He goes, Mike's is more military-like, in the sense of you love ball, you're going to grind, you're going to work. That's what you're about. It's not about the extracurriculars. And that's where you see, I think, some of the guys that are used to the P thing, even like a Tyreek Woolen, who got in his trouble last year for being out and doing some of the things he did. There are other guys that are about it, like Devin Witherspoon loves ball. You look at JSN's comments in the John Boyle piece. Like, if you don't love ball, you're not going to fit in Seattle anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. This has to be Jackson Dart, right? The reports that
I think it's got to be Dart.
That Dable absolutely is in love with Dart. Just makes a ton of sense.
And I think they jumped above the Rams because I think the Rams might have taken Dart, actually.
My question is, can we get an ISO cam on Mark Rogers, Russell Wilson's agents?
Oh, God, that would be fun. No, you got to get a split screen, Mookie. You got to have one on Mark Rogers and one on Jameis Winston. Because Jameis is going to say some stuff.
Yeah, because this is, I think, truly the first time that any team has ever taken a quarterback that early with Russ on the roster.
Yep.
So certainly for Seattle, we know what's the story there. And then the Steelers didn't take a quarterback when Russ signed there, and Denver didn't draft any quarterbacks when he was there. So
now really the question is then does Cleveland try to mirror what the Giants just did? Use some of their extra draft capital to move up into the back of the first round so you get that fifth year option, or they just sit? And maybe they don't even like Sanders. I mean, we might be looking at, my goodness.
Yeah. I've got to admit, the Jackson Dart first round hype, it feels like this wouldn't have been a thing without the bowl game. Like, he probably would have been like a second or third round pick.
Yeah,
I don't think
for sure.
This is also going to be one of those litmus tests. Like, if Dart ends up not being any good, I'm going to continue to bang the drum. Don't scout the helmets. I've learned not to do that. But scout the system. And that system means Lane Kiffin. Because those offensive players for Ole Miss under Lane Kiffin have, in a small sample size, have not panned out at all in the NFL.
No.
Especially the receivers. But, Dart's, just because he's been in that system doesn't mean he can't do other things. So
sure,
we'll see if the Giants do take Dart, because I think it would be him over Shador. Nothing's stopping them from trading Jameis. I mean, so they could always decide, hey, we've got Russ, we've got Jameis. We can decide we're not going to keep all three. One of them is going to have a contract that's tradable in preseason, and the team is going to get desperate and go for that.
Well, and if you're Joe Shane and Brian Dable, you just bought yourself some job security, because you've taken the quarterback, you've addressed the biggest need on that roster, but you don't have to play him right away.
Yep.
Okay, John Boyle put out another great tweet about Gray Zabel. He goes, Gray Zabel just finished a conference call with the Seattle media, and let me tell you, he was a delight. Said he plans tonight is to start diving into these bush lights and celebrate. Also said he once had a back alley one-on-one rep with his 59-year-old dad today, who was a former D lineman.
I'm sold.
Yeah.
Ass kicker, man.
He reportedly blew all the teams he interviewed with away in that process. And now we're starting to see why.
Need road graders, and I think this is going to apply to other positions for Seattle. I mean, we talked about it already, but when I look at the possibility that they could deal one of Walker or Charbonnet, even if they don't, if they take a running back this year, I feel like Damian Martinez from Miami, he's like that. He's kind of like a one.
Oh, Dable's all giddy. They did it. I saw the war room. He looks all giddy.
Yeah, it's Dart.
It's Dart.
Not only is it Dart, the Falcons are trading back into the first round. Now that's interesting.
Mike Green.
Yeah, double up on pass rushers.
I think so. They don't have anybody, really.
That's who they wanted at 15. Do they double dip there? Where else do they need help?
They don't have a lot of picks.
Maybe they're trading up for Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah. He's never going to see the field behind Michael Penix.
Yeah. Well, and of course, the Rams, that obviously means the Rams have traded out of the first round. So let's see what the details are. because I don't need to see.
Oh, you know what? I wonder if they might be trading in for. Are they trading in for Malachi Starks?
Yeah,
they need another safety in there.
Yeah, Blaine Grisak from Turf Show Times. One of the few SB Nation people on the Daniel Jeremiah conference call last week, by the way. It was me, him, Ed Valentine of Big Blue View. I think we had like 5 or 6 SB Nation people on there. But
nice.
Yeah, Josh Simmons. It didn't occur to me that Josh Simmons has been falling a bit, but maybe with the injury, it's not that surprising. But yeah, Malachi Starks. He was talking about Malachi Starks to the Rams at 26, but that's not a thing now.
Emin Wari, some of the injured guys, Jahad Campbell, Will Johnson. They're showing best available on the screen. There's some value here if you believe in the medicals. Another great quote. Did I don't think either of you this. Greg Bell just posted this. He said one of the best answers I've gotten in 23 years of asking questions to players on NFL draft night is he was talking about the Busch Light answer. And then he says he has a 12-hour rule.
Celebrations.
A 12-hour rule. Celebrate it and then get back to work.
Oh, I'm ahead of you guys, right?
Are you?
I don't know.
I've got Goodell just walking out.
Okay, I'm ahead. I'm not saying anything.
I'm on Twitter now, so I know what the pick is. I'm trying to see the reactions to Zabel.
Right.
Yeah, I have a feeling that round 2 and 3, the draft watch party is going to be a lot different because it will be a pick 45 and NFL Network and all them will still be talking about pick 41 and 42.
Right. Yeah.
Because this is part of the draft where they just stall and have a bunch of guests and whatever, slow the whole thing down.
How pissed off is Shedeur Sanders? And how pissed off
Dion
right now?
Yeah, he lost New York,
yeah,
man.
New York cleats.
Yeah, those cleats on.
I gotta say, man, I just think a big part of it's baggage. I mean, I'm gonna take this Jackson Dart kid over Shedeur.
Dart rocking the glasses.
Yeah, he looks good. If Shedeur was a blue chip, like complete blue chip, can't miss quarterback, it'd be different. But I think where he is, like, you have to deal with Dion. That's the teams know that. So
I think that's a good pairing too. It's a good pairing. He doesn't have to play right away. And I do think Dable's really, really smart. And who did he take? He took a raw quarterback prospect out of college that was barely 50% completions. Bryce and I have been talking about him a lot, right? He took Josh Allen and really was crucial in his development before he went to New York.
So here's the interesting thing. He will DeVito is going to be off the roster probably in the next, I would assume probably 3 days, 4 days. They'll probably release him and move off. But when you look at it, he is third on that depth chart. It is Russ and Jameis are 1 and 2 for year 1, and he can just sit there.
Yeah, it's perfect.
And that's an ideal thing because there's no pressure for him to play.
Yeah. No.
If Russ gets hurt, Jameis steps in, and you still have an NFL veteran in there. He's not one play away from being the guy.
Did any of you guys
just gave up their 2026 first to the Rams? Wow.
Who did? Atlanta?
The Falcons gave up the 2026 first to move up from 46 to 26.
That sucks.
Not what I wanted to hear. So you're telling me that if the Atlanta Falcons somehow suck next year, which who knows? I know they got talent, but they could still be bad. The Rams could walk out into that draft class where there's a Garrett Nussmeier or Drew Allar and have the ability to take 2 picks to move up to get the guy they want.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
God damn it.
And then,
we just need to lose to the Falcons this year. We just need to do our part.
Yeah. What happens when the Rams play the Falcons this year? Well, as far as I'm concerned, Seattle's not the one that needs to lose to the Falcons. The Rams got to lose by 50 to Atlanta.
There you go.
Yeah. Worse than the first round pick.
I think Jackson Bevins likes the pick. He put out a pretty funny GIF off of Brady's tweet about the Busch Lights.
Oh, it's feeding time for the cats.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Corbin put out a good one here. He goes, ask Gray Zabel if he had any unusual training routines growing up on a farm. And he goes, he mentioned that he used to be forced to pick up rocks as punishment, saying he wouldn't wish that on his greatest enemy.
Well, and that dude has lived through Dakota winters like nothing Lumen Field or the Pacific Northwest throws at him on
holy shit. Okay, did you see the trade compensation? Sorry, Dan.
Yeah.
They also got their Atlanta's 46th overall this year in the second round.
Yeah, that's
Fuck.
Has a first round pick ever been given up to move into pick 26?
Man, I don't think so.
Like that late of a first seems very. Like, what was Philly to Baltimore and Philly for Lamar Jackson?
Yeah,
that was 50 for 30.
Trading up to 32. So,
all right. So who do we think it is right now?
You don't trade up that much to get Mike Green. I mean, come on.
Right.
You trade that up for an edge, anyways, though.
Like you don't trade up that far for a safety, though, either. Like, is this
James Pierce?
Well, yeah. It's just.
It gets the character concerns and everything, but he's still an elite prospect for physical abilities.
God, the Falcons draft process the last couple of years.
I don't understand. You just drafted, essentially.
You drafted the guy that was better than James Pierce.
What about a guy
James
like Will
Pierce.
Johnson? Maybe they're okay with the knee at that point. That's just still I don't see anyone
Doubling up on the edge. Wow.
What's that?
Yeah, they took
James Pierce.
They took James Pierce.
You gave up a future first for a guy.
And you're
I
second
can't believe
tomorrow for James Pierce.
I can't believe it.
In the draft to take a second edge rusher.
Wow.
The Rams can't keep getting away with this.
You could have just traded down from 15.
God almighty. How do the Rams keep doing this? What does Leslie Snead have on everybody?
I don't believe that.
We just got to hope that Sean McVay gets offered $100 million to go broadcast at NBC next year. That's just what we need to do.
I'm going to go back to the Bob McGinn piece and see what some of these coaches and scouts said about Pierce.
Yeah, Tennessee, I think, packed his bags for him, right?
Yep. That was what I had heard.
Some scouts are worried about the guy. Was at a game, and the guy was just a complete lone ranger by himself on the sideline, standing 20 yards from anybody on the team. Didn't look like he cared at all. Claims he was a captain and leader and all that stuff, but it's just one of those things that he might have been anointed that versus earning it. There's some concerns about character, a lot of emotional outbursts and inconsistency. But the biggest stuff is the stuff that was said about how like there was a massive exhale when he left the campus, like that. Just about everybody in that program was happy to be rid of him. I just look at him. My thing with James Pierce, I look at him and shoot, I have bigger arms than he does. Like,
if the Falcons had offered that, geez, we should have just told him to come all the way up for James Pierce.
And hey, I took so much crap last week after the reports from Diana Rossini and Jordan Schultz that the Giants were looking to move up and they might have to get ahead of Pittsburgh and they like Dart, et cetera. And I put some mock trades together with the charts and everything, and Kate came up with something very similar to that, but it was like a second round pick instead of a third. And everybody was like, Giants fans were like, we would never do that. Well, how are those Giants fans feeling now? They gave up almost as much to move up, not as far. The mental part, the personality part, this is still about Pierce, pushes him down.
Jeff Simmons just tweeted, the Atlanta Falcons are the dumbest team in the NFL.
Yeah, I love that.
Oh, okay. At Tennessee, he was literally a no-go. You ask somebody there, these are anonymous front office personnel and coaches. You ask somebody there, hey, if you had a chance to come to the league, would you bring this guy? They're like, absolutely not. He's on his own program. The whole team's working out and he's in his apartment. They didn't know where he was.
This is what I was talking about with I was on 12 Talks pre-draft show today with Josh and Mitch, and I said my oh god no pick for Seattle would have been James Pierce because of that. Like, there were flags I had heard that were very similar to stuff that Jalen Carter had when it came to not being a part of the team, doing his own thing, would not show up to practice, would hang out on his own. Like, you can't have that. Is
this the two? I mean, I'm trying to think of two dumber trades than the two trades we've seen so far with the Cleveland Jaguars and then that trade.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a really and all we've heard about this class is how it lacks blue chip players, right? There aren't guys to move up for. And now we've had two teams give up first round picks to move up into a group of players that you can get similar talent level on day two by staying put. Like, that's bad process to me.
So Gray Zabel said, this is from John Boyle, they ran a lot of RPOs in North Dakota State. Run power often. Run power often. That's their RPO.
That's funny.
I don't know. They ran some true RPO stuff with Cam Miller, right?
Yeah. But now he's reinventing instead of run pass options, run power options.
So here's just, I saw someone put this out, and they go, how PO'd must Geno be that Sam Darnold shows up and Seattle goes and drafts an offensive lineman for him, whereas Geno couldn't get that help when he was here.
Well, that's the second time now. They
traded no kidding,
and then took
it with Russ.
So it's like, we'll face the offensive line, but we got to get a new quarterback at the same time.
Oh, this is interesting. So John was on Pat McAfee show half an hour ago, it looks like, roughly on the timestamp of the show. And he even said, I thought there was going to be a lot more going on. The phones haven't been very active.
Well, when you think about it, if the meat of the draft is day 2, I think a lot of teams are not willing to move off of their day 2 picks.
Well, what gets really fun now, you guys. And as soon as we're done here, do a quick reaction show about the Zabel pick, and then probably over coffee in the morning, we'll do the next day mock draft. So you start scrolling through, and this is what we knew about this draft class. You start to scroll through now, like the next 40 players available, players who are gonna, some of them are gonna get to 50 and 52. It's a really fun list, especially knowing that you don't have to prioritize offensive line if you don't want to. There is so much available at positions that the Seahawks absolutely should be looking to add to. Like the corner run hasn't happened at all. There's still a bunch of depth and some really cool players on both the edge and defensive tackle. There's still a lot of interesting wide receivers.
I'm shocked John went right on the Pat McAfee show, actually, literally right after the pick. And he goes, Gray Zabel's a great kid. He's a great competitor. We were hoping that he was going to be there, and we love the pick.
Do they usually wait before John does his press conference? Do they wait till the whole draft, the whole round is over? Because I guess there's a possibility they could trade up into the first round, but that wouldn't make sense for them where they're at now. That wouldn't.
I just love how John's doing it from his phone like this on FaceTime. It's kind of an interesting thing. He hasn't figured out depth from face to phone though, because I'm pretty sure he's almost about to bop himself in the face with his own phone.
That's funny.
We got the Ravens at 27, and
the Ravens. You know who they're going to take? Because this is what they do. They're even better at the Eagles than the Eagles at it. They just sit and wait for everybody else to make the wrong picks. They're going to take Malachi Starks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's exactly what happened. So, Malachi Starks to the Ravens. And
you got him and Kyle Hamilton in that secondary now?
Just the Ravens being the Ravens.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't rule out Baltimore being in on a receiver again. I mean, Zay Flowers is cool and all, but they need I could see Jaden Higgins being a Ravens target. But the question would be, is Jaden Higgins going to be available in a late second?
Right.
Of course not. He's going to be a Seahawk. No, in all seriousness, I actually could see Seattle going with Noel over Higgins because of the Tyler Lockett-esque kind of comparisons, but I would prefer Higgins.
Yeah. I think we all like Higgins in this room.
Mm-hmm. I like Jack Bash.
Knowles,
who's one who's going to fall into round 2 and now is going to be interesting potentially is Luther Burden.
Yeah.
He's got some personality questions too that I'm not so sure makes him a real Seahawky. Plus, for this offense, he has so much work to do as a route runner. That's why
agreed
with him. But no, there's going to be a good group of receivers on day 2 and tight.
There's some weird stuff coming out of this draft video thing with McAfee now. Holy.
With John still?
No, not with John. So there's a video that someone took. They're right behind McAfee's stage, and someone throws up a marijuana pen, and he takes a hit and then throws it to Mike McCarthy, who's like, "No, I'm good. We're on TV."
Yeah, Pat's kind of got that free range though to kind of do what he wants. He's kind of.
Isn't he still a part of ESPN though?
Yeah, he is, but it's kind of I feel like he's got that power to hey man, let me go. I'll just start my own thing, right?
Oh, he for sure can, but it's just
he is part of ESPN. There was that, but I still feel like that's kind of his whole shtick, right? Kind of he hangs out with the what do you call it? I don't even want to use the term for the shirt, but he's sleeveless, right? Like it's kind of his whole kind of look.
Yeah. So the Giants might have helped rebuild themselves. You get Carter, you get Dart, you got Neighbors there.
Yeah, they should add another receiver to that group.
Yeah. I was a lot higher on the Giants offseason than others might have been on the defensive side. Like their offense is still bad. Even with Neighbors, it depends on who the quarterback is, whether it's Russ or James. They could still have a bad offense. But defensively, they were busy with when they got Abdul Carter, but they also got Paulson Adebo, and they also signed Javon Holland. So they've been reworking that defense. And now I wonder what they do with Thibodeau. Well, actually, they picked up his fifth-year option. So that's kind of that's a curious decision because I thought he would have been a trade target right away. But Shane said he can never have enough pass rush, and that's kind of my belief. And based on the way the board has fallen, Izaraku is probably not going to be taken in the first round, or maybe the Lions would be an option because after Hutchinson, the depth, even with all the injuries they had last year, really suffered. And could also see the Eagles going for him as well. But we were going to see some talented players drop into round 2. Like Luther Burden's probably going to go to round 2. Will Johnson, just for medical reasons, seems like he's destined to drop into the second round. Yeah.
Jahad Campbell. Emin is slightly surprising just because he had so much buzz. But, for Starks to be the first safety off the board at 27, Emin Wari probably lasts into day 2. If he lasts until 50, like my reservations about Emin Wari related to the first round are not the same as they would be in the second round. Like you take that guy, there's a lot of traits to work with there. That'd be kind of fun to see Mike McDonald get his hands on him there.
So there's a cool photo that just came out on Seahawks Pro Shop's Instagram. I guess it's from their draft party they got going on tonight.
Okay.
And it's Steve Largent and Jim Zorn with Sam Darnold and Cooper Kupp.
Nice.
I wonder how that draft party reacted to the pick. That would have been an interesting place to be. With all those Seahawk legends and stuff. Like Earl's there, I'm pretty sure.
Well, who do other Hawks fans really wanted at 18? I mean, I know we talked about some guys, but like who are you really banging the table on that you're just like, oh my God, like you took Zabel, like, this guy and this guy are still here.
If it had been Jalen Walker and Zabel there, that would have been the only one I could think of.
Right. But like he wasn't. So, I mean, I know we all like the pick, but like to your point, I know not everyone's going to love the pick, but I mean, really who you address the most glaring need. I think the majority would be excited about it. I just go back to, it's not a sexy position. So, but it's the biggest need. So I just don't understand who you're really banging the table for. That's all.
I'll tell you I think what's going to be, if he doesn't go in these next 5 picks, I think one of the biggest storylines tomorrow, and it could relate directly to the Seahawks, I think is how far does Jahad Campbell fall? Because if it's not for the shoulder surgery, he's a top 15 player.
Mm-hmm. And that was my hesitation with all the ideas of taking Campbell at 18 is the injury, because Seattle's been burned by that before. In fact, too many times, especially whether it was Darrell Taylor. And I think if Eddie missed time to start the year, and Joe Rashad Penny after a clean bill of health, but just the medical concerns, I think, is going to be something that they're going to be hyper aware of. But Campbell is no doubt a talented player. So this is probably going to be a draft where no off-ball linebackers go in round 1, unless Howie Roseman has got something up his sleeve, which you can
easily does.
Yes. I mean, we're down to 5 picks, and the Lions are on the clock.
No, the Lions were picked. That I totally did not see coming, and damn, that's going to make them even harder.
Didn't see him. Yeah, didn't really see him going in the first round.
But you pair him with what they've got. Oy.
So here's another guy. If Donovan Ezeraku doesn't get drafted tonight, I think John's working the phones hard. I just everything about him off the field too, in addition to just the burst and the productivity off the edge. And people say he's small. He's not really small. He's just a little short, right? He's 6'2" instead of 6'3", 6'4", like you like your edge players. But one of the most polished pass rushers is in this entire draft, and gives them something they don't have in that current group. And a guy with that kind of burst and bend, and just the A+ character stuff. Like, I think he's a guy, if he gets to 40, I think there's a real shot they can move up and get him.
I'll be honest, I don't think Devin as a rocker gets by Las Vegas. I think Pete would take him, pair him on the opposite side of Crosby.
But with edge players, Pete has those specs. Like, the arm length is there, but like, would he go with
Maybe.
a 6'2" edge?
He might. You never know.
Yeah. Yeah, because you start getting into the second round, and there's a bunch of big edges in this class, more kind of like 3-4.
Here's an interesting thing. Who does Washington take? Like, do they take Jaden Higgins?
How about one of the backs?
Maybe, yeah.
A guy like Travion Henderson.
Yeah.
Right? Elite pass
Johnson.
protector, best pass protector in the draft, and a guy with the home run.
Yeah, he can catch it out of the backfield for sure.
Yeah. They need extra cornerback help, but I mean, the two top corners right now, I'm going to leave out Hunter because obviously he's a two-way player, but they're just the cornerback only. Ravel and Johnson are two of like the top three, if you want to include Thomas from Florida State. And they both have injury concerns, but you know, with Ravel, I mean, with Johnson, it was like a red flag late. With Ravel, we knew he tore his ACL last year.
Right.
So
yeah,
I don't see any reason Ravel will go in the first, but
you know, Blake in the comments brings up an interesting thing. Was Jihad Campbell's injury enough to scare teams off this far?
Well, it's just that he won't be available at the beginning of the season.
Well, I also heard the injury was more significant than they initially thought, and I get it, like that they think it could have some issues going forward for his position.
Yeah, if you're going to be physical.
Yeah. So just the big board from Arif Hassan, Seahawks fan Arif Hassan, everybody, not a Vikings fan. Don't believe the lies. So you got Will Johnson, Jihad Campbell, Mike Green, Josh Simmons, Shador Sanders, Luther Burden, Nick Emenwari, Donovan Izuraku, Josh Connerly. I didn't think about the fact that he's probably going into round 2.
Yep.
Then Siobhan Ravel, Nick Sporton, Trey Amos, Maxwell Hairston, Travion Henderson, Benjamin Morrison, Arante Ursary, and Carson Sweshinger, and Jaden Higgins. So good chance at least one of them drops to 50.
Tomorrow is going to be so much fun. I mean, the Seahawks are prime now that they've checked that biggest box. They could just sit. They could stick and pick and just take their 4 guys tomorrow and have just a dynamite draft.
Yeah, sorry. Just one of my favorite followers follows on Chargers Twitter saying the Chargers should target Colorado safety Shiloh Sanders in the 2nd round.
God.
Wouldn't that be fun? Christopher Hamami, thanks again for the super thanks. As a starters draft, how drafting for starters in round 2 to 4 impacts health and development? What positions to aim for first, and who do you want? And Daniel Jeremiah talked about this as a starter draft, not a star draft. And so, you know, you do have some flexibility with those 4 picks tomorrow. You could take a shot at a guy who maybe hasn't, you know, has a little bit more development curve ahead of him. You could take a chance on a guy with some injury concerns, give him time to recover. I think Siobhan Ravel, when I watch his tape, he reminds me of a little bit bigger Devin Witherspoon and how he plays the game. Like, he loves to come up and hit in the run game. I think there's some real matches on day 2. But let me ask you guys this, because I have one day 2 guy that has been my he was on my Vontae Mack no matter what list. So Bryce knows who he is. That I think from the moment I saw him and learned who he was, and then dug into him and studied him and got to know him more after the Senior Bowl, thought he exhibited everything the Seahawks look for in a person and a player, also fits a need, also is just scratching the surface of what he can do. That guy for me is Femi Oladejo, the edge out of UCLA. Do you guys have like a dude that no matter what, somehow, some way you want to see him take on day 2?
For me, it's Ashton Gillette out of Louisville.
You love him.
I love him.
You've been talking him up to me for a few weeks now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Mookie?
Unfortunately for me, my must take on day 2 win day 1, and that was Donovan Jackson. So
right.
Now I'm trying to think. I just want one of those 2.
Now you pivot.
Yeah, basically. What were you saying?
Now you got to pivot.
Yeah, now I got to pivot. I still want them to take a receiver or a tight end. There's a big drop from like Loveland and Warren, and then to Taylor and Arroyo. And if you gave me the choice of Taylor and Arroyo, I would have gone with Taylor. But at receiver, I just love the idea of an above the rim winner, like Higgins can be.
Higgins,
So just Seattle doesn't have or hasn't had that very often.
There you go. Commander's pick is in.
Yeah, they need a guy. I think they need an outside guy, a guy that can take the top off. That's why, I love Jack Besh. I don't know that I think he might be a little bit redundant now with JSN and Cooper Kupp.
Elick
Iomman are the best run blocker in the draft.
Yeah, I feel like the draft blocking, the pass blocking and run blocking skills of the receivers is going to be so big, especially for those little screen passes in the passing game. But the run blocking, I mean, that's got to be a must. Trade a DK. He's one of your few good run blockers. Kupp is going to be able to block, but Smith and Jigba, not so much. He's trying, but he's not there yet. So I
love, and you know me, I love me some Kyle Williams.
Mm-hmm.
So the Commanders got their pick in. Josh Connerly Jr.
Yeah.
All right. So
Rainier Beach, Rainier High School. He goes from one Washington to the other.
Yep. John McGrath saying Savion Williams. I'm not too high on Savion. This is very much a scalp the helmet one, and I'm going to contradict myself.
He looks so much like Quentin Johnson.
Too many TCU receivers just don't have the juice in the NFL, and that feels more like some sort of especially in the Big 12, some sort of offensive, hoodoo, some sort of tricks going on that makes them really good in college, but they don't have NFL traits. And I don't see Williams as like a standout. If he's going to be like a gadget dude, you better be like Deebo Samuel good in his prime.
Yeah, and that's the appeal of him. It's the versatility and kind of the gadget thing. But if I want a guy that can be kind of a run after the catch monster in that same range, I'd much rather take a Jalen Royals out of Utah State, somebody like that. That's a little bit more polished, I think, in the passing game. Although, Royals comes from an offensive scheme too that needs a little bit of a developmental curve to take the next step. All right, Buffalo on the clock now. What does Buffalo need?
Wide receiver.
Yeah, they still need receiver.
So it's interesting. Matt Miller just came out and said Will Johnson's knee injury, it was flagged by teams as very concerning. That's why he's still available. It's that knee.
And that the fact it might be a long-term thing.
Chronic was the term I saw in someone's thing, was they said it could be chronic. If I'm Buffalo,
when you look at the receivers that are left, if you want something different, right? Because they got the big chain mover and Keon Coleman, right? I don't know, guys. I think you might think it's high, but Kyle Williams would really fit there.
Yeah, and they got Khalil Shakir and Coleman, but then there's just no other depth because I think Mac Hollins is gone, and he's a guy. He is a anti-shoe guy. That's pretty much the whole thing. He's kind of a journeyman receiver. I don't know if Burden would be an option, but they really need to beef up that receiver group a little bit more.
There are some who've been saying for weeks that Higgins could sneak into the back half of the first round. I could see Besh or Higgins being the pick here for them. I just think it matches, kind of gives them something they don't have in that receiver room currently.
Yep.
Do they go get a defensive back?
Yeah.
Do they take a Nick Emmanwori, or do they take, a Ravel or one of these guys that's, still on the board?
Or Hairston.
Yeah, or Hairston, from Kentucky.
Yeah, because could they have another pass rusher opposite Russo?
That's another thing too.
How about this? James Cook isn't reporting to offseason activities. Yep. He thinks he's a $15 million a year player. You want to send a message? Like that running back
message in the second round.
That running back run is going to start at some point.
Yeah. I mean, maybe Judkins or Henderson.
Mm-hmm. Or even a Caleb Johnson.
Caleb Johnson's someone Dan, don't be putting that juju out in the world.
Don't be talking about a second round running back in Seattle, Bryce. Come on.
I'm not talking about, did I say second round? I did not say second round.
He's not last.
Yep. Well, Brian Dable just said in his press conference after the trade up for Jackson Dart that Russell Wilson will be the starting quarterback.
Wow, Jameis just got told
on April 24th.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, he's better than Jameis. Like Jameis is a fun quarterback to watch because he is a true grab bag of outcomes. He is somebody
He's the mystery box. You don't know what you're going to get.
And 5 picks. Like, can you imagine Giants fans tolerating after several seasons worth of a lot of turnovers, a full season of Jameis? Like the shine of all of his comedic stuff would wear off pretty quickly. Whereas Russ, yeah, he's clearly on the decline, and I wouldn't want him back in Seattle for anything but a one-day contract for retirement. Russ is still good at not throwing picks. So, I mean,
Michael's back with us, but can't hear anything right now. Having some audio issues.
I think I'm good. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you are.
Nice. Okay.
Somebody asked, one of my followers asked, does Zabel develop his palate once he moves to the Northwest and get into some IPAs? John needs to take him to Dino's ASAP. You have to transition to IPA. You can't just go from Busch Light. If you did what I did is I drank Coors Light and Bud Light up until I was in my late 30s, and then someone slid a Mac and Jacks in front of me, and that changed my whole world. That's a transitional beer. Like, let's not. John loves Manny's. Maybe he gets him into that a little bit first. I could see that, but let's not go right to IPA.
It's like, Dan, it's like going from having like, you know, your rum and cokes and stuff to now I'm drinking a 15, 20 year scotch.
Right.
You gotta have a bit of a gauge. There's a gauge. There's a transition. You can't just jump, or else you get a rude awakening.
So I love how the first 20 picks in this draft went by so fast.
Yeah.
And now it's just a snail's pace. Although it looks like the Bills selection is in.
Yeah, we were going from, it was like 7:00 when our pick went up, and now it's 8:30 local time here, and we still got 3 picks to go. And did I say Maxwell Harrison?
You sure did.
And I didn't. That was not a tip pick, so like I didn't see anything about that.
Maxwell Harrison.
Well, this is why I figured DB was a thing for them. They need the help there. Did they not just re-sign Tre'Davious White too to a 1-year deal?
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to go well.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, they brought him back because they have such, you know, concerns in that back end. And that's, who do they play against usually every year in the playoffs that causes them problems? There's going to be 2 quarterbacks. It's either going to be Joe Burrow or it's going to be Patrick Mahomes.
Yep, their defense falters too much in the playoffs. For as good a defense as it's almost like, you know, some players are great in the regular season and not so good in the playoffs, whether in baseball, basketball, whatever, and in football and hockey. The Bills defense just disintegrates in the playoffs without fail. We got a trade. The Eagles moved up 1 spot. So
John McGrath put a awesome comment in the chat right now.
Why would the Eagles?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Move up 1 spot. You swap spots with Kansas City. Are they just maybe worried somebody would have jumped them for a player? Who does Howie Rose?
Well, Kansas City made them believe that. That's for sure.
Right. Who's Howie going to take now that's just going to end up looking like a brilliant pick?
Yeah.
Mike Green?
Nah, I don't think it'll be Mike
They
Green.
don't shy away from personality issues.
Is it Ezraku?
I think Ezraku more than
Ooh. Okay.
Mason Taylor, maybe?
What, as a Goddard replacement? I mean, that's possible.
They've talked about trade. How about Em and Worry? Like they went Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean last year. They got corner taken care of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Tell you what, Bill, it's been 20 years since a defending Super Bowl champion took a Pro Bowl player in the first round.
Wow.
And how? Say that again.
20 years since the last time a defending Super Bowl champion, so like the first draft after winning the Super Bowl, took a eventual Pro Bowl player in the first round.
Wow.
And that's let's do Logan Mankins from the Patriots way back in 2005.
Oh, that's a poll.
Yes, and he was awesome. But otherwise, like we've had like Santonio Holmes won a Super Bowl MVP, but Pittsburgh was never a Pro Bowl level receiver. But usually the reigning Super Bowl champions, they don't have great draft classes afterward. Of course, you're picking the bottom end, but still, for whatever reason, it just doesn't click the same way. But the last time the Eagles won the Super Bowl, Howie managed to get Goddard, and this is after the trade down when the Ravens took Lamar. He got Goddard. They also got Jordan Mailata.
Maddox.
I think it's going to be Ezraku or Nick Emenwari.
Yeah. And they also got
It just feels to me like maybe he takes advantage of one of those guys that fell way beyond when they're supposed to. Like,
Jahad Campbell.
Josh Simmons isn't a need for them, but Campbell, like, and just be like, hey, we're in a position where we can let this guy just take on his timeline, let him get healthy, and then we've got something.
Well, they are taking somebody who's fallen, not somebody who's projected to go in the second and then ends up being taken at 31. It is a faller, but we can wait until
God. I feel like Dan called Howie Roseman. They're tight.
Mm-hmm.
Why did I get it right? I'm not seeing it yet.
Oh, I've seen it.
Howie can't keep getting away with this.
Him and Snead both do it.
I'm more pissed at what the Falcons just did. I'm still trying to comprehend.
No, that is to your tweet, Mookie. That is exactly how I felt about it.
Yeah, and now my biggest fear is that Penix, with his deep injury history, please, I am begging for Michael Penix to have the cleanest bill of health for the 2025 season. Not just for the fact that I hope he succeeds, but also for the fact that if he has some sort of serious injury, Atlanta is going to crater their way into firing everybody and gifting the Rams the top 10 pick.
Agreed. Mike, did you see the pick now?
Yeah.
No, not the Philly one yet.
Yeah, I've seen it. It just makes all the sense in the world. That's just their MO. And it just,
and they're going to get
Campbell?
It's Campbell. They're going to sit his ass and let him get healthy. And he's going to come in. He's going to be a game wrecker for them to go with what they've already got in that front seven.
Yep.
No, good for him and good for them, man. That's why they're a perennial contender every year.
Yeah. And it just speaks again to the process of just letting the board come to you.
Yep. So we're going to end up with just 4 trades on day 1. And that's so much for the idea of it's going to get real crazy after pick 8. Well, it didn't. Right. In fact, this is a pretty tame first round, if we're being honest, other than the nonsense Atlanta just pulled.
Okay, so this is kind of an irony thing for Russell in New York. He is now the Matt Flynn of this situation.
He is.
And Jameis is Tavares Jackson. It's come full circle for Russ.
Yeah. Like if Jackson Dart ends up being incredible in preseason and whatever, you can totally see. Guess what? Jackson Darts are day 1. We don't have expectations of being great this year, but
it has come full circle for the Russell Wilson camp.
Wow.
I'm wondering.
We started a whole sub conversation, by the way, in the comments about beer, Dan.
I saw that. Yeah, I took a peek. And that's great. That's fine. We can talk about beer.
I love it. All right. So who does Kansas City take?
What's left on the trenches, like defensive line? There's some weaknesses that they need to address that.
They also just traded away Tooney. So could they
Josh Simmons?
Josh Simmons.
Could they take a projected second round? Like could they take Embo or Savanaya at 32, knowing that they're not going to be picking for a while?
Running back?
How about Ariante Ursary there? He can play guard or tackle, and I think he can stay at left tackle even at 335 pounds.
Well, they probably need a tackle after whatever that was last season. Because, they drafted.
They went out and signed Jalen Moore and gave him a bunch of money in free agency, who was a backup in San Francisco. They left tackle. They got Kingsley, Sal Matea, who was the pick out of BYU last year, Creed Humphrey, Trey Smith, obviously, and then Jawan Taylor at right tackle.
Do they go Henderson and give Mahomes a running back out of the backfield?
I don't know why they would do that a second time. Like they did that with Edwards-Helaire, and that was kind of like a luxury pick. This draft class.
Yeah, I'm just saying they might do it, right? It could be a possibility for them.
But I feel like offensive line for the second time in a row is a need for them.
Well, how about this? How about Mason Taylor at 32?
Yeah, they got to look at Kelsey's replacement,
right? We know how important that role is to the offense, and I think Taylor's a guy with his athleticism. He's such a smooth mover, can give you, can play a similar role, or maybe And he's, some people have said he's not the greatest blocker in the world, but I've also read scouting reports that as a pass blocker anyway, there were times that LSU would keep him in line against some of the better pass rushers that they face in the SSC because he was so good at that. Like he's not a swing and a miss as a blocker.
Yep. Speaking of tight ends, how would you all feel if Seattle took Harold Fannin Jr.?
I actually would.
I'd be excited. Yeah.
Yeah. I was weary of him just after seeing him in Mobile, just because he has that just really awkward, tight-hipped running style. But it works, and he can block, and they gave him some fullback reps. He could be kind of that hybrid guy maybe, and you can't argue with the production, and the run after the catch stuff's pretty exciting too. So
here's what I think I said it. Did I say it on your show, Dan, last night about tight end, that if they take either Arroyo, Mason Taylor, or Fanning, then that signals that they're probably moving off Noah Fant?
Maybe, but with $36 million in cap space sitting there, they don't need to.
But you'd be carrying theoretically 4 tight ends, and the guy that they brought in Saubert is really good in this system, which is why I think they went and got him. That's why I think you could move it off.
If one of those guys is a hybrid, though, that's why I think, the suggestion of Fannin makes a lot of sense. Then I think he almost plays a dual role there. Well, there's Jod Campbell. God, they're just now announcing that pick.
I can't believe the Eagles got him.
Yeah. Of all things, that's just what you need. Another SEC pass rusher.
Well, all the Georgia players were taken, so they had to go somewhere.
Yeah. Who's gonna take Shedeur tomorrow?
I think Browns have to take him, don't you think? I mean, that's really the only match left.
Browns or New Orleans could still take him theoretically.
Yeah, I suppose. I just think New Orleans,
or here's a wrench. Does Dallas take him in round 2?
That is exactly what I want.
Okay,
it doesn't necessarily make great football sense, but at the same time, the
content
to provide
total just drama fest would be down there in Big D.
Let me ask that question another way, you guys. Who goes first, Shedeur Sanders or Tyler Shuck?
It's got to be. I'd still go Shedeur. I feel like
if you're New Orleans and you have any reservations about Sanders being a fit, and you need an answer now. If Derek Carr is going to be out for any length of time and you're not sold on the 2 young guys you have, I don't know.
What's also just changed. The Raiders could still get Shedeur at 37.
True. The Raiders are there.
That's a great call.
Yeah.
If it's not the Raiders, I would say Miami at 48.
Pete wouldn't bat an eye about, a challenging personality and the stuff with Dion and.
Yeah. So second round, you got Raiders at 37. If you want to consider the Saints at 40, yep. And then you have the Jets at 42, Dallas 44, Rams 46, Dolphins 48.
Okay.
I think he goes before to one of those guys.
Yeah.
Colts would have been amusing if they didn't sign Daniel Jones.
Oh yeah, I know.
All right, so what do we think Kansas City does last pick?
Offensive line all the way.
Yeah, it's got to be Simmons.
I'm going to stick with my Mason Taylor pick.
I think it's going to be Ursery or Simmons.
Yeah, we've been here before.
Okay,
Last time I lost this.
Rappaport saying right now, remember when the Chargers took it all the way down to 0 on the clock?
Mm-hmm.
It was the Eagles trying to move up. What was that, 22?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And then they tried to move up to 23 and 24 to get Campbell. This is just, I don't know, Howie Roseman made a deal with the Devil.
How it works, man.
But he's been pumping the phones trying to move up ever since 22. And then he just gives up. He's like, all right, screw it. I guess we're staying put. And he still gets his guy.
Unbelievable. I'd be interested to see if anything leaks out as far as possible offers that Schneider got to move down from 18.
Mm-hmm.
Because based on the way the board went, I feel like they could have gotten Zabel below 18 anyway. Because Tampa Bay was not going to go after him. Neither was Denver. I don't know about Pittsburgh. So if they could have gone down into the mid-20s, they could have had the choice of Zabel or Jackson. but I guess it works out fine that way. Again, after like pick 15 or 16, there's such a narrow gap as far as the talent level that I'm not outraged that they took Zabel at 18. I'm totally fine with it.
You gotta like John Campbell.
Okay, the pick's in on my feed here. At least it doesn't say who it is, but it says the pick is in.
So do you think Roseman, like had to deal with the double, like you said, where it's like, hey, you are going to take Jalen Reagor over Justin Jefferson,
and that's
but
how
in return, I'm going to give you a hell of an awesome next 5 years.
Yeah, you're going to get a Super Bowl. You're going to get a quarterback that can get you there. You're going to get Saquon Barkley. You're just going to, we're going to give you a receiver. Don't worry. We're going to give you one of the best physical receivers in A.J. Brown. Like, jeez. He definitely made one. 100%. 100%.
They got Devontae Smith the year after Jefferson, right?
Maybe part of that also was, hey, you're going to get sniped in 2012 on the quarterback you want in the third round.
Yeah.
But in exchange, you're going to get Nick Foles, and then he's going to end up winning a Super Bowl. Josh Simmons. Okay.
So
there
Josh
you go.
Yeah.
John McGrath, they are not going to get Drew Allar next year, my friend. I am sorry to tell you that.
Great.
If they're going to get Drew Allar next year, John Schneider is probably not employed as Seahawks general manager because he might be a pretty high pick.
Yeah, things would have to go so badly.
So this is interesting. This is from Brady Henderson. They asked Zabel where he expects to play on Seattle's O-line, and his quote was, "I'm not really I don't know. At the end of the day, you're an offensive lineman. You've got to block somebody. You've got to protect the quarterback and move the line of scrimmage. So whatever position that is, that's what I want to go and compete and play my best football at. But I'm excited to do it wearing a Seahawks logo."
And I'm sure we're going to hear from John Schneider here probably in just a few minutes. And he'll probably say, look, we'll get him into camp. We'll compete. We'll see where he belongs.
He's left guard.
Oh, for sure. I think we all expect that.
Yeah.
But also, let's see what happens tomorrow, right?
So someone just put out a weird stat. Shadur Sanders is the first player in college football history to have his number retired and not be selected 5 days later in the NFL's draft first round.
Well, because he's probably the first player ever that had his number retired before his draft.
Can you believe the guys that Cordell Stewart's number is not even retired there?
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous.
Well, here's another wrinkle. We asked who goes first, Shadur or Shuck. What about Shadur or Milroe?
Oh yeah.
Hey, Milroe becomes a big storyline tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, he does.
And there was a lot of buzz the last couple of days that the Rams really loved him, but probably 26 is a little too rich for them. There's some great storylines tomorrow, and I think as we approach tomorrow from a Seahawks standpoint, like I said, the pressure is off. Like they can really let the board come to them and kind of move around, do whatever they want to do, check some of those other boxes. I think John Schneider gets to sleep really well tonight. And I think a lot of Seahawks fans get to sleep because this it's not new anymore. I'm old enough to remember 1 day drafts and then 2 day drafts on Saturday, Sunday. It just takes all the pressure off. Like the fan base gets to exhale, right? And then they get to wake up tomorrow and be pissed off about something else.
Yeah. It's the here you go. There's your pick.
Yep.
Like John said, now you can go draft some darn good football players.
Yeah,
I hopefully they already drafted a darn good football player at 18.
Yeah.
I think they have.
I agree.
I'm going to be positive on Grey Zabel being one of those dudes from North Dakota State who's that NFL ready, and that Senior Bowl performance is something that's obviously raised the eyebrows of everybody more than just Schneider.
Yeah,
and gave him legit first round hype because there have been other North Dakota State linemen who've gotten similar hype that didn't go in the first. So.
Yep. And haven't worked out. Like, let's hope he's Cody Mock and not Dylan Radins, because Radins had similar buzz coming out of the Senior Bowl. It's a guy that played tackle and guard and everything else. Those NDSU, they always move those guys around. So, Sundell was another one of those guys. So it was a lot of fun having you guys all here. That was a long one. Got another one ahead of us tomorrow. Let's just go around the round table here clockwise. Bryce, start with you. Final thoughts.
Final thoughts for me. Obviously, Seattle wanted to move, couldn't, and went. And when push came to shove, they did something that everyone's been asking for. They actually went and got the top lineman probably on their board outside of Membu that I think fit what they wanted to do. So now we'll see what the rest of tomorrow looks like with the 4 picks that they've got and if there's any movement. I will say this. I think there's a chance we see a quarterback for Seattle taken in one of those 4 picks.
Ooh, okay. All right. Who's your favorite?
For me right now, I think the favorite, and this is just what I've kind of heard and rumblings, I think it could actually be Milroe. Because you don't have to start him right away. He can be the Taysom Hill package that you want a little bit with his athletic ability to start. But you've got Drew Lock here for 2 years at least, if you want him, and you don't have to pressure this guy. And there's such physical gifts. And you talked about Josh Allen earlier, Dan, a guy that had some completion issues in college, turned it around. There's a potential that, Jalen Milroe could do that. It's not like he can't throw the deep ball. It's just, can he work on his anticipation of his throws, which is something for 2 years. If you're sitting on a bench, you got nothing better to do.
There you go. Mookie.
I'm satisfied with the decision to take an offensive lineman, a highly touted offensive lineman. Basically, Zabel and Jackson were the ones I zeroed in on as possible round 1 or early round 2 targets. Embo Purdue was also somebody I was interested in. And of course, you got Ratledge if they wanted to take a deeper look at right guard. But hey, the process is fine to me, considering everybody was thinking, all right, they're going to take a swing in free agency. And they took a swing. It's just that the Vikings took a bigger swing and made contact as far as that Will Fry signing. And then they looked at Tevin Jenkins, they looked at Lucas Patrick, and they looked at all these veterans who are available. No. And even if like Jenkins is still 26, but he's got the injury history, and then Patrick and others are just the guys. And they said, no, we're going to go through the draft. So that should have been our hint, and maybe not overthink it so much. But hey, if they want to build this offensive line, they got to draft and develop. So they've done the draft. Now they got to develop. And the other bit of this is if Zabel's going to be your left guard, go either pick up Charles Cross's 5th-year option by next week or extend him as soon as possible. Because you want to talk about develop, continuity matters too. And they have done a very poor job of continuity on the offensive line over the years by not retaining some of their better dudes. So Cross isn't some all-pro level guy, but don't let perfect be the enemy of good. Extend Charles Cross right away. So excited to see what happens tomorrow with all the picks they've got. Including what they do with the Geno pick they acquired and also the main draw of the DK second rounder that they acquired. So looking forward to all that. Glad to be on with you, Dan. And I might as well wrap this up by saying congratulations to you, because you're the biggest winner.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. It's always good having you on, man. Thank you. And I appreciate the sentiment. Michael, let's put this thing in the barn.
Yeah, no, it's a win. You got Grey Zabel. We've been talking about Grey Zabel for months. I think
you were the
fan base
to tell me about him. You told me about that dude a year ago.
Yeah, he's a good football player. I'm excited to see him in Seattle. I think his versatility is going to create a lot of cool opportunities for Clint Kubiak. And I think Mookie nailed it on the head. Like, you did the first half. Now you got to do the second half. Lock up, develop, get some continuity. Let's just have a halfway decent offensive line. And then tomorrow's massive. There's still some quarterbacks and some people that we didn't think was still going to be there that probably won't be there when Seattle picks at 50 and 52, which means 2 guys probably just fell to us that we maybe didn't think was possible. And you talk to anybody you've listened to on all these podcasts or shows, tomorrow is the day of the draft that's really going to define this draft. There is going to be the Seattle Seahawks. If they can find a way to walk out of here with 3 out of those 4 picks being starters, that is a massive, massive win from getting from 9.5, 10 wins like we had last year to getting to 11 wins and 12 wins and really competing for a division title, because the division's for the taking and you've got a lot of ammo. I believe they have the most ammo tomorrow. Maybe Cleveland just caught up to them, but I believe Seattle has a great shot. And I also agree that a quarterback will be selected tomorrow by the Seahawks.
Yeah, I did an audit of all the major mock drafts, about 12 of them last week, and there were almost 50 names going in the first round across the 12 of them, just pointing out the lack of consensus in this class. And to that point, as we look ahead to day 2 tomorrow, this is just a list of guys that at some point have been mocked more than once as going in the first round who didn't. Will Johnson, Mike Green, Luther Burden, Nick Emenwari, Donovan Ezeraku, Nick Scorton, Carson Schwessinger at times has been up there. Siobhan Ravel without the injury. Jaden Higgins has been, for a while there looked like he was trending towards maybe the back half of the first round. I mean, there's 10 guys right there, and the Seahawks are sitting, at 18 in the second round. So they're going to get their shots at quality players tomorrow. And we get to wake up tomorrow and just be excited about it, not have to stress about whether or not and when and if they're going to take an offensive lineman. So it was a lot of fun, guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Still 1,000 of you in here. Thanks for all the comments. Sorry we couldn't get to them all, of course. Thank you for the donations and the super thanks. Tomorrow I'll be back again. We'll live stream all the way through the second rounder, or the second and third rounds. Bill Alfstad and Keith Myers of the Seahawks Playbook podcast will be popping in and joining me, as well as potentially some other special guests, some surprise guests as well. So, guys, go Hawks.
Go Hawks.
Go Hawks.